Good morning. Good morning, Ed. We're gonna get started on our annual meeting here real quick and get our business out of the way. I need my vice president. Here he comes. Where's my treasurer? Are you gonna stay there, Shelley? Okay, it's fine. We'll run you a microphone when we get to your report. Can the people on Zoom hear me okay? Yes, perfect. Thank you, Michael. And I think Jeff is getting on Zoom so he can catch things. All right. Oh, you're joining us. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call our meeting to order. Ooh, that was loud. And Jeff is attempting to do our split roll call to make sure he gets everyone on Zoom. And there is a sign-in sheet going around, I believe. So for those of you who are here in the room, please make sure you sign that so we know who's here. And do you want me to call off each of the board members? Okay, or do you want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, I'll just go. Kelly Clark, do we have Kelly on Zoom? No? Okay. Ann Giroux is here, Eric Schertzing, Michelle Thompson, Krista from Calhoun, is she on Zoom? No. Okay, Judy Clark, I don't think would be on Zoom because she was not able to attend. Jeff Huntington, Rob Lynn, and Tim. So we have a quorum. That's great. Moving on to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Move Michelle from Benzie. Is there support? Support Katie from Berrien. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to the treasurer's report and dues update. Shelley, make sure you use the microphone, Shelley.
Can you hear me now? The 2021 check register is in your packet, showing a balance of $73,882.97. We had $12,784.47 in revenues. I'm sorry, in expenses, and $23,750 in revenue. So yeah,
You look good. Well, Eric just said cool, but I think we budgeted about, Roxanne, correct me if I'm wrong, $15,000 for the summit. And I think we'll probably come in around that. I was mentally adding things up in my head last night. And so we have to keep in mind that that will come off of this
I would agree with
when
that.
all the bills are paid.
And then my next page shows the 2021 Michigan Association of Land-Based Dues and what was billed and what was paid. There are some updates that can happen to this too. I received so many in the last couple of days.
All right, is there a motion to approve the treasurer's report? Motion Rob Detroit and support Tim Muskegon. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have minutes, and we had minutes, I think, that Katie put together from our May meeting, or May session that we had. I think that was the one on ARPA, if I'm remembering correctly. And then we also have our June minutes that Jeff put together. Hopefully you have had a chance to look through those, and if you have, I would entertain a motion to accept both sets of minutes. Motion by Eric Ingham, is there support? Rob from Detroit. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, I did put together an annual chairperson's report. I am not going to read through that. You can read it at your leisure, but just attempted to talk about some of the things that we worked on this past year, even though it was a very odd year. We did meet several times and had a couple of educational sessions. And so I did then also try to tie that back to our strategic plan, which only went through 2019, but still is valid and useful to look back at. So tried to tie those things in. And, you know, I did want to talk a little bit, we can talk, you know, further on in the agenda about member engagement and just trying to keep people engaged and what everybody is looking for from this association. It's been a little bit of a struggle administratively, which I kind of knew when I took over that I was going to need help with this, as I don't really have any staff to help me with the MELP work. We did have money set aside for someone from Calhoun to assist us. We utilized that a little bit, but not a lot, you know, just more with sending emails out, things like that. And we would really like to get to a point where somebody is helping us with our initiatives and okay, we can talk about that more, but I did mention that a little bit in my chairperson report. Let's see, I don't think we need a motion to approve that, right? All right, so moving on to our committee reports. Linda or Roxanne, did you want to update anybody on education or talk about the conference at all? Obviously, that's been what you've been spending your time on. You good? You're eating. Sorry. Yes, let's give them a round of applause. A lot of work to put these conferences together, and I've been talking to a lot of people about how difficult it is to find content that's useful for the very small land banks to the very large land banks, and making sure that everybody's happy with the content. So I think they did a great job.
Great and heavy, and a lot of it. I mean, it's not quite overwhelming, but it's plenty. And Roxanne commented that she was never a conference planner, but I think now that you are a certified conference planner, Roxanne, congratulations.
Okay, next committee is our policy and advocacy committee, and I don't know that Krista's on, so Katie, I'm not sure if you have anything to report on. You want us to run the mic out to you? Where is Katie? Oh, she's way back.
I don't have much to report. Krista, if you're out there, good morning. And the last conversation or discussion was to just have a conversation about the proposed legislation that for amendment. And I think most of y'all are familiar. We've looked at the trying to address the capture of the $75 in year one of the tax foreclosure process for a funding source for land banks to be able to access. But it hasn't gotten enough support or be able to move through getting it sponsored by anyone at this time. That doesn't mean it's dead in the water. However, it's certainly, we have it on the shovel ready to bring back up in another opportunity for another legislative session. So that is the latest with that I'm aware of, unless Krista is been engaged with some other folks on that. And Eric, you may have some more insight on that as well.
Well, just a couple things. I really thank and appreciate Emily Dorr for her leadership and energy and working with the organization. Community Progress has been great. I mean, we've really made some progress in our communication and de-siloizing. We've got more work to do. Senator Bison and staff were here from Calhoun County this morning. And there's some thought that maybe not by year end, because there's very few session days, but maybe after the first of the year, there might be a vehicle to attach that to. Christine, did you have anything else you had a nice conversation there that we captured on video, and maybe we can leverage that to, well, I just, if there was anything new that came out of it. So that's certainly progress. It's been distracting in its longevity to Krista, I know. But, always trying to figure out ways to help her not frustrate herself. She does such a great job of keeping things moving.
So I think there's good hope for 22, and certainly with other federal legislation that might get passed and come through, and potentially some state opportunities that we heard about yesterday, there might be some resources that do come in for a short term, but this piece of legislation would certainly be beneficial for the long term.
Thank you. And then I wasn't quite sure where to throw in one other bold concept or idea for folks. So I thought it might fit under policy and advocacy, because I'm talking about resources to move our interests forward. So a year ago, or whenever it was, I think I made the motion for the $10,000 appropriation to try to do some staffing, and we made a little bit of progress, figured out some things that didn't work about that. But I think with Kelly's energy, with her announced departure, and just thinking about this and looking at our fund balance, I would start the suggestion that we didn't spend the 10,000. We're probably going to have to spend more. I'd put something like a $25,000 figure out there for staff support over the next year, to work with the chair, work with Emily, whatever the forces on the board are. We don't have anybody in mind. We haven't written the job description yet. But this is tiring and exhausting, and we aren't hitting on all cylinders just yet. We do have some fund balance. That's a notable figure, but we can certainly survive that for a year and maybe into a second year. So I would put that motion for up to $25,000 for the executive board, working with the president to try to find more staff support to continue to build the land bank network and take advantage of the opportunities over the next year.
And I guess I don't want to speak for Kelly and Krista, who served before me, and of course Eric, I think before them, but they were pretty burnt out, I think, at the end of their term as president of this association. I've got a year to go. I'm probably going to be pretty burnt out as well. It's really hard. I mean, you guys know that we all have full-time jobs. We're all trying to do our jobs, and to fit in Malv is difficult. Particularly, I'm gonna, cry a little here myself as a small county. I don't have anybody on my staff to help me with simple tasks. We sent out letters to the legislative leadership, which was a great idea that Emily had. So I sat in my office and stuffed envelopes for an hour, to get those out. And it just, it's hard to fit it in and I feel like there are so many things happening with ARPA and so many opportunities for land banks right now that we are gonna miss out if we don't have somebody dedicated to fight for us and capitalize on these opportunities. So I think Eric's suggestion is a good one. I hesitated a little bit when he brought this up with me because it means more work for me to try to hire somebody. But hopefully my friends will help me out and we can move forward. So I don't know if others in the room want to comment or provide feedback on this concept or provide support for Eric's motion. We'll run you a mic if you have comments or anybody on Zoom for that matter.
I just had a little comment. You all talked about it last year. And I know part of it was done. I just feel like this is a continuation of your conversation from last year.
I just want to say thank you to all of you that have done all that work. It is a huge lift, and I would fully support having staff. And I think you have more people interested in taking leadership roles if they had support to do it, because it does end up falling on in the leaders to do the work because there's no one else there. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think, thinking about the situation on how you hire somebody and where that person sits, I think there's a lot of flexibility. I think a lot of people will be willing to, house the person or, I think it makes a lot of sense for this work to move forward to have some staff. And thank you so much for the work that you've done to keep us moving.
Is that support for Eric's motion?
I think so.
Okay, I think Shelley was going to support it if not. Does anybody else have any comments or any questions about the motion? All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion. Thanks, Eric. That's great.
I never had a
Okay, Fund Development Committee, have you raised any funds?
Well, we did add a associate member in VIPUS. I don't know if we picked up any others or if we lost anybody along the way. I think we kept Clark Hill and Virologic and Jill Robinson. So we're up to 4. I mean, I think we're at 3. So progress. Oh yeah, community progress, and then the state land bank. There's all sorts of wonderful, generous, delightful things going on. So, if anybody, so associate members are a $500 annual commitment. If $1,000, I'm sorry. Wow. Hey, that's real money.
I had that deal.
Gosh, I might have been selling 2-year memberships there for $1,000. I'm not sure, but we'll take whatever gets them in the door. So if within the network there's any folks that you can conceive of with that, there obviously aren't a lot. The one that's always amazed me is that we couldn't nail down more demolition contractors, but that's just an editorial comment from my years of doing this. God rest his soul, the one I worked on, but some of us used in John Sears that passed away in Mexico earlier this year. So that's everything. Tim, you got anything you want to? Justin?
Can I just add on to that? I'm the secretary this year of the Michigan Economic, my order.
You're joining, right? That's $1,000 we can put you down for. No. Just kidding, Justin.
Justin Horvath. I'm on the Shiawassee Economic Development Partnership, but I'm the secretary of the Michigan Economic Developers Association Board of Directors this year. And I just wanted to throw out, maybe there's some opportunity for collaboration on membership with MEDA. As we've heard yesterday and further today, economic development and land banks go hand in hand. So maybe there's a way to collaborate. Maybe it's a reciprocal type thing. I don't know, but I just like to throw that out as a possibility between the two organizations.
Thank you. Our Fund Development Committee can maybe follow up on that. See, I just shift to you after you shift. All right. Moving on. Moving on to the election of the 2021-2022 Board of Trustees. This is our annual meeting, so we do some of this work to get us set up for next year. And I think in your packet, somewhere, I'm getting there, have a list of our proposed board slate. So we have 9 people on our Board of Trustees. We'll deal with that first, and then we'll do the executive committee. I did want to point out that Judy Clark in Ionia is stepping down. Just hasn't had a lot of activity in her land bank, so she felt it was time to step off of the Board of Trustees. And then, as Eric mentioned, Kelly in Kalamazoo did announce recently that she is moving on to a different position. So we would potentially have 2 openings. I think I told Jen this morning, I was going to put Genesee on the spot and say, we'd really love somebody from Genesee County to serve on the Board of Trustees. And then we do try to keep county treasurer representation on this board as well. So we would also be looking for any county treasurers that might be interested in serving. So yeah, because there's only 2 now.
The commitment is the annual meeting, and on the next page are the 4 scheduled Zoom meetings, and anything beyond that is gravy.
Oh, yay, because I emailed him and asked him, and that's fabulous. Yes. Yeah, the commitment is really just the attending the meetings, and then I do once in a while ask the the Board of Trustees for, to review things. When we sent the letter to the governor, we had our Board of Trustees review it and just get feedback instead of, running that in front of the full membership, things like that. So I guess, I don't know should we keep Kelly's slot open for now to see what shakes out in Kalamazoo County, or what are your thoughts on that? Or do we want to recruit a county treasurer to that position? I guess I'm just looking for feedback. Right. True. Okay. We can deal with it at our meeting in January maybe. And okay, so is there a motion to elect the Board of Trustees that are identified with the I guess, changing Judy Clark to Michael Freeman, Genesee County? Thank you, Shelley. Is there support? Thank you, Rob. All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to the executive committee. Unless there are any folks out there who want to volunteer to take over for any of us, I think we're probably all willing to make that happen. And I didn't even check with the 2 of you to see if you're still willing to serve. Okay, great. So I would entertain a motion to approve the executive committee as identified in your packet. We've got Rob and Tim. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. New business, just a couple of items on here. Adopting our 2021-2022 meeting schedule. Assuming that MACT will be in person, that would be an in-person conference, I think, or meeting. I think what we have done have in the past to provide a conference call-in information, or whether we set up Zoom, we'll have to work with the venue on that. Otherwise, the rest of them, the next 2 would be scheduled via Zoom. And then, of course, we haven't determined a location for our summit next year, but that would potentially be in person as well. So is there a motion to approve the 2022 meeting schedule? Motion by Eric. Is there support? Thank you, Michelle. All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Next, membership dues. We haven't really even spoken about what to do with membership dues. I guess my suggestion would be to keep them the same, unless Shelley, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
I think the current due structure is fine, but I think maybe we need to revisit the strategic plan, which went through 2019. So we can take off the slate, the things that we've accomplished, and add to the slate the things we need
Okay.
going forward.
And I guess what we can do, because what usually happens is I'll work on a budget to bring to the January meeting, which I mean, I always kind of felt like we should be bringing that to this meeting, but we don't. Because the year starts before we adopt our budget, but whatever. I guess I do too many budgets. But yeah, I think we could take a look, you and I can look at that budget and see if there's any wiggle room in there for updating the strategic plan. But you're right, it is, it went through 2019. Okay, and then the other thing I think that will just come up in the future is I do think we need to look at the fees for the summit. As of right now, we've been charging $100 per land bank, and as many people as you want can come. And I think it was set up that way to try and encourage participation. But I do think we're probably at a point where we need to look at a per person fee to at least cover the meals and I mean, that's typically what you try to do with these events, is cover at least the cost of running it. So we will look to probably do that next year, just to know that, there may be an additional cost if you want a lot of people to come to the summit. Okay, so can we have a motion to approve the 2021-22 membership dues as they are currently set? Thank you, Katie. Is there support? Oh, you want to do that now? Okay, for those on Zoom, Eric's looking for a friendly amendment to just deal with the conference issue at this point and change it to a per person. And Katie's okay with that. And you're supporting, Eric? All right. Okay. Emily, do you have a?
Someone wants, when you were done, and someone wants
Hi.
to make sure it's hiding. So-
All right, I will be right there.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries. All right, this is just an opportunity for any roundtable discussion. I'm gonna let my.
Anne has important work. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Come on. It ain't easy being an elected office, buddy. What do we have for roundtable discussion? Anything that we want to talk about? Any treasurers that want to volunteer for the board? So I would even, so I'm gonna push the concept, and we also have from Monroe County, our county treasurer, who's probably the youngest by he's at least he's advancing that, and he certainly looks it. I think our gentleman from Mason is maybe the prior youngest. It's even to me, Shelley, as we think about doing this, is, there should be more county treasurers in this room, from my perspective. And we certainly have, I'm not cognizant of who's online. That's the problem with a hybrid. I don't know exactly who those names are. I know you could tell me. I'm not doing that. But perhaps, over time, you just got to think about that balance of board members and staff and executive directors, and then also the treasurers, and Michelle and I and some of the others maybe as we interact with our colleagues and think about it, make sure we're getting a little better attendance. Because the more of us in the room, the better off we are. Other,
I wanted to just recognize that we have a new land bank join us, Shiawassee County. They have not completed their full rigmarole to get the land bank fully established, but they are here and they are present. I just wanted to shout out welcome to them as a new land bank. And we've had a couple other land banks come on board in the last year also. And I wanted to give Peyton, I'm gonna put her on the spot to push the upcoming National Land Bank Network meeting.
next week.
I think most of you heard yesterday from Brian Larkin, my colleague, who's the director of the new National Land Bank Network, which is part of Center for Community Progress. He and others from CCP are hosting the National Land Bank Network Summit. It's going to be the first inaugural network meeting. It's a great opportunity for newer and older land banks to participate, hear from others, learn some new things, and also just have some time to connect with land banks outside of Michigan as well. So that's coming up the first week of November. I can include details and some of the follow-up with Mel. I think there's going to be a follow-up email with summit materials that are sent around. I'm seeing yes. Yeah, so we can send those details, but it is free. It is virtual, so it's a very easy thing to have your staff join in on. Oh, gosh.
It's the third
Brian's
and
gonna tell
fourth.
me.
It's
Third and
Wednesday,
fourth,
Thursday.
yeah.
You know, so folks, a number of us should be getting repetitive emails on that. No. I mean, just if too many emails versus not enough, it's always the balance.
Thank you. One more thing, if you want to get all of these updates, please just sign up for our listserv. We have we'll have the updates about the National Reclaiming Vacant Properties Conference, which is next September in Chicago. We'll have updates for anything National Land Bank Network related. So that is the best way to get the information immediately, is to sign up for the Community Progress listserv.
And you know, I went on to that area and was looking at the history of documents that you've got, and there is just a wealth. You can spend a lot of time as an economic development community planner, land bank person, and community progress has a tremendous number of resources that are very interesting. Anything else?
Anybody working on newer innovative things in the land banks that they want to share?
We're working with MSU to create some designs for housing in anticipation of the ARPA dollars. And I believe that probably every land bank actually has colleges in your city that you can take advantage of.
Oh, heavens no. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that too.
Hot mic.
What'd you say? Oh, just your real.
And so I just feel like there are land banks in your cities that have colleges that you could take advantage of. I don't know if anyone else is taking any kind of advantage of that. Is there any? Does anybody take advantage of the college or university that's in your city? You do. You wanna take that?
Sure. Well, first, we'd love to see your designs and just, steal them. Yeah, if that, if you wanna, yeah, I'd be interested. Yeah. Well, we have, MSU has a presence in Flint. And we work with Michigan State to develop designs for vacant land. and thinking about, after HHF, all the demolitions we did, using contiguous green space to plant native plants. At some point, there was an interest in funding in the state legislature, native plantings. It never came through, but I think there hopefully will be more interest in that in the future, more sustainable landscapes that are lower maintenance and also provide pollinators. So that's one thing. They worked with 5 community-based groups to develop those, and that's a resource we can share. I'm not sure if there'd be interest, but we're happy to share that. And then we've worked with, we're working with U of M on through the Youth Violence Prevention Center, and they are supporting our community-based maintenance program and looking at the impacts of community-based maintenance on crime. And they have found a correlation between community-based maintenance and reduction in crime and criminal activity. And they've also found correlations between community-based maintenance and child maltreatment, reductions in child maltreatment, and all sorts of other, they're looking, many different researchers are part of their team, and they're looking at it from many different perspectives. And they are starting to publish. It's, of course, a very slow process when they start the research project. We've been working with them for 10 years. But they're also finding other correlations in community health and reductions on kind of public costs when you have community-based care of vacant land. So it's helpful. We're hopeful that in the future there'll be additional sources of revenue, like around crime prevention for property maintenance. We haven't seen any streams of revenue yet, but hopefully there does seem to be more interest in supporting property maintenance as a strategy to reduce gun violence and reduce crime. So we'll see what happens. But it does work. You can see and feel the difference in our community-based maintenance work, and it's great to have research to back it up.
So Ingham County has a pretty good sized floodplain, and John, who is our garden coordinator, is here, and I'm going to have him speak about our gardens a little bit and what we do in the floodplain and how much greatness there is down in it.
We have a really robust urban agriculture / ecological restoration program. We've got about 200 parcels in ours, and it's set up as leases. So we've got like 130 different people in the community that lease out like 200 parcels, largely for agriculture, but sometimes for ecological restoration. A big part of the east side down here is floodplain. The city has decided that the future for that area is green space. So as foreclosures happen there, all those properties get demolished. And we've actually, in the past 3 or 4 years, really turned the corner with it being economic development as well. These small farms have incorporated as LLCs, hired employees, paid taxes, built infrastructure. We've got probably close to a dozen hoop houses down there now. We've had water reconnections at 6 or 7 spots, power reconnections at a couple spots to power their buildings, their accessory buildings and stuff like that. So in our case, we have a big agriculture college right next door. So it just attracts all sorts of young people in their post-college years who want to dip their toes into agriculture without having a huge capital commitment. We provide that opportunity for them, and it attracts and holds a lot of young people here. And not just young people. I mean, some other folks my age, another couple I know, said we would have moved out of Lansing by now if it wasn't for this opportunity for us to lease this land for cheap from the land bank. We would have just moved out to acreage by now. But the opportunity to have their we're not to 40 acres and a mule yet, but 2 acres and a chicken.
So John, you're on our conservation.
I used to be. Yeah.
Mike, please.
The other thing I want to connect us into Saginaw and the Conservancy is there anything you've run across, thinking about urban, rural, suburban land banks? There's got to be opportunities there. It's certainly the Conservancy, the Watershed Conservancy in Saginaw is a huge resource for their land bank. Isn't that a network we should try to grow?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're one of the biggest stewards of lands, urban lands, at least out there. So as land stewards, we have to think about the ecological, good we could be doing. And there's a lot of opportunity for more networking, and I'm sure I could help any other land bank with a template to establish a robust urban agriculture program if you want. I mean, we've invested a lot into it. We bought a tractor, a dump truck, all plows and.
What I'm trying to get at with that, though, also for Christine or Rob, as you think about those areas, is the Conservancy brings in its own network of people and resources. And that's really been one of the salvations in Saginaw. So I'm all about trying to find places that have resources that could come in to help all of us.
Yeah, what they're doing over there is a really, really great thing. I follow them on Facebook. I've become friends with several of them, and there's a lot more opportunity for collaboration in the future. Yeah. Yeah, Lansing's a big destination for refugees. And a lot of refugees are coming from agrarian societies. That's what they love and feel comfortable with. And moving to a strange city in a strange country, to a townhouse or an apartment where you can't be on land is jarring for a lot of folks. So some of our biggest community agriculture projects are on the south side of Lansing, where in close proximity to where a lot of the big townhouse communities and stuff, where they tend to settle a lot of the refugees. So we've got these big 2-acre gardens down there that are just this wonderful patchwork of family mini farms, that serve thousands of refugees in the community. We've got a lot of different people from various Southeast Asian communities, various African communities, and now we're having the influx of people from Afghanistan and other areas, in the Middle East. So yeah, Webster Farms and Orchard Court are two of our big collaborations, and what they are is the partnerships between the land bank and the food bank, the Greater Lansing Food Bank, and it's just a sight to see. Go down there, and like every square inch of the land is being utilized to grow something, and they tend not to grow in rows. They do like square foot gardening. So between all of their big plants is a medium-sized plant. Between all those plants is a smaller plant. And it's just like everything. The entire space is food, and they harvest all of it. And it's really wonderful. And it becomes a community space. They've set up picnic tables and pavilions, and they got toys there for the kids, run around while their parents are working in the garden and stuff like that. So it's great. It's great. It's a really great place to be and hang out, and really helps them settle into our community and feel welcome.
We've got a couple minutes before our next session starts. Does anybody else have anything they want to share? All right. You want me to do a motion to adjourn, or so moved? Is there support? Shelley, did I hear you support? Oh, Rob, thanks for all the support today, Rob. Okay, meeting's adjourned. All in favor, aye.
I like
while I'm doing that. One of the amazing things I remember in my 16 years of this land bank is I had foreclosed on a house in White Oak Township, which is our most rural township. It was a house on a well and septic, of course. The land bank fixed it up and we sold it off, and I was at the closing, and this young woman, and so this is 2008, 2009. This young woman had a 30-year mortgage we were signing on at the closing for 1%. That was rural development from the feds, I think, but that was just like amazing. I don't have a program like that in the city of Lansing or anything like that, urban, but that was just amazing. So we've got a wonderful group of folks, Tanya, that we know well, from Mish to Emily, that maybe she thinks she knows us too well. She's getting tired. You want to be more and more engaged with us. Lori, who is a state government now, moving over from the city of East Lansing. And then Joe, weren't you drain commissioner too? So I was 8 years in the deputy drain commissioner. That was before Joe, and you were in the legislature, and I don't know, were you a county commissioner? No, never had that privilege.
Oh, no. I never slummed it in my career. I was a township supervisor.
Oh. So Senator Stamus, that we had some of his staff here this morning. I looked up and noted that, he was a county commissioner, and the land banks and the county treasurers, we try to leverage that part of the relationship. So I'm going to let you tell us what you think you should be telling us about the housing issues. No slides.
I didn't bring slides.
That's good. We like that.
And actually, I appreciate the opportunity. As mentioned, I've had a varied career in government service, township, county, and as a state representative now, deputy director at MDARD, which I've had for a whopping 6 months now. So we're learning. But I think what actually is fitting related to that is we recognize at MDARD that housing, affordable rural housing, is becoming an issue, and we're hearing from our stakeholders on an ongoing basis of how important that is. Obviously, I'm here to learn from you all who are experts in this area, because we don't have although we have what we call our Ag development group in MDARD, we've never really focused on housing. And so earlier this year, or actually throughout last year and earlier this year, we surveyed our stakeholders and came up with a couple of recommendations, 5 recommendations, to start moving an agenda forward on rural housing. And so part of my work is to begin to formulate and develop those relationships. In MDARD, it's really 2 facets, right? One is affordable rural housing in general. And then we have a very targeted migrant labor housing activity that we are also focused on, which is a little unique. We regulate migrant labor housing. We ensure its level of safety, right, and habitability for the migrant labor community that comes. And that's an ongoing effort. And we're always trying to both improve and expand that. It's important to note that, there's about 40,000 migrants that come into our state on an annual basis. At one point, it was nearly 100,000 when we talk about families. And like probably a lot of our society, that demographic is changing. So we would have families, essentially families that would migrate from the southern United States. And now we're seeing a lot of H-2A labor from other countries, and those are more single individuals coming up to work. So that has to sort of adapt and change as well. But migrant labor housing and supportive migrant labor housing is an important part of what we're doing. In terms of affordable housing, obviously we're working diligently to support rural development in general. So, processing facilities, things of that nature. But what we're finding is there's no affordable housing to go along with those developments in rural areas, right? So, and then Obviously, in some of our more attractive areas, affordable housing is just short of critical. When you get up into Grand Traverse and Cherry Farms and the Apple Farms, they simply they can't find affordable housing for the people they need to operate those facilities. And so we recognize that there's a significant challenge, and we are sort of just putting our toe in the water, trying to figure out where we can contribute as an agency or a state department. So, that said, we are trying to find the partnerships that will allow us to move this thing forward. We want to do a little more intensive survey of the communities that are most desperate for this. We're leaning towards the west side of the state. That's where most of our concerns are at this point. And then we're going to try to leverage any and all resources. USDA does have some potential resources that we can leverage. And obviously, we would like to ensure that the Housing Community Development Fund does allocate a portion of that $100 million. Eric, you should be able to get that up to $250 million by year end, I would think. Your skill set.
That's just what we're here to ask the state for. Yeah, we'll take $250 million.
And so, we'd like to see some of that allocated. I guess the last piece, and this is the old politician in me, there's a lot of rural legislators, right? And so I always love to put a deal together when I was in the legislature. That was the funnest part. There's a lot of rural legislators. And so I found that if we can leverage the rural legislators, you're able to get stuff done in the legislature. So I'm trying to figure out, how we marry rural and urban, because you get them all together, you can get 56 to 20, right? And that's 56 in the House, 20 in the Senate. That's shorthand. So that was a lot. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
going to turn it over to the experts.
Thank you very much. Joe, I think county land banks, county government can certainly be your and everybody else's friend. So we appreciate your being here. Lori Mullins can give us the MEDC perspective. And if there's slides or technology, I have Roxanne, God bless you.
It's okay. Actually, I think I'll follow Joseph's lead here and just talk. So rather than show slides. So I'll keep my slides in front of me so I can stay on track though. Go off in a whole different direction. But yes, I'm Lori Mullins. I'm the Director of Community Development Incentives at the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. And we're the state's lead agency for marketing and business attraction. And we see ourselves as being responsible for enabling long-term prosperity and economic opportunity for all Michiganders. And when we talk about housing, expanding housing opportunity. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Is this better? Okay. Thanks. Expanding housing opportunities and creating places where people want to live is nothing new to the MEDC. It's something that we realize that a strong economy relies on access to housing and that housing needs vary across the state. We have sort of a simple concept that we live by, and that's that it's place, talent, and business. And so business needs talent, talent wants place, and place needs business. And so it's this circular concept where it's all in, it's like a three-legged stool. They all rely on one another. And part of that place piece is the housing. And so for housing across the state, the needs vary. So we see that in some markets, there's a lot of housing stock, but it's not the type of housing stock that the people want. In some markets, the housing stock the prices have outpaced wages. And so, people can't afford that housing. And then there are a lot of places where there just isn't enough housing, period. Especially in communities where we're seeing second homes and conversion short-term rentals. there's just a lack of housing for the workforce. And it's impacting the economy overall in a huge way. So COVID-19 has exacerbated all of those problems. And as we work to recover from that pandemic, then we recognize that we have to expand our toolbox and expand the opportunities for housing in all these places that have been impacted. And so I want to talk about a couple of our existing programs, and then I'll get into some proposed new programs as well. And I'd love to get your feedback on some of those. So the existing programs that I spend a lot of my time working on are our Brownfield program and our Community Revitalization program. And those include a lot of housing right now in the pipeline. I have over 3,000 housing units. We focus on housing in downtowns and in commercial corridors, and it's for MEDC, we talk about housing that is part of a mixed-use walkable environment. And so we're not trying to solve every housing issue. We're trying to focus in on that specific niche because the research has shown that when it comes to talent attraction, then we're able to be more effective if we're creating those walkable mixed-use places. And so by creating housing in those places, then we're helping to do both the talent attraction and the housing development. And the MISHDA housing needs assessment that was done in 2019 also showed that we were significantly lacking in the missing middle and attached multifamily housing compared to other states. Michigan had a very low percentage of that type of housing product. And that housing product is important to a lot of different age groups and demographic types. So that's been an area where we've focused. And so as we look at the Brownfield program, this building is a Brownfield site. This development actually received both Brownfield and CRP support. And you're probably somewhat familiar with the Brownfield program in that it focuses on blighted, contaminated, functionally obsolete, historic sites, and also properties that are owned by land banks and local units of government. And so helping to redevelop those sites and revitalize them, reuse them for the benefits of the community is really the key of that whole program. And then you're also probably aware that land bank owned properties have expanded eligible activities within the Brownfield program. So that's definitely one that land banks should be aware of. MCRP program is the Community Revitalization Program, and that provides gap funding for redevelopment of sites again, or for new construction. And there's different eligible types under that, and land bank properties again are fall within the blighted category in that program. So land bank properties are also eligible for CRP, which can provide grant funds up to 1.5 million and loans up to $10 million. So both very helpful programs. And this project did receive a $1.5 million grant, the building that we're sitting in. So some of the things I wanted to talk about is that we look at a few different considerations for every community development program at the MEDC. We look at the local and regional impact, really interested in wanting the projects that are supported to be part of a local master plan or part of a strategy regionally. We look at place considerations, again, trying to increase density and walkability and all of those things, and then the economic and financial impacts. So really want all the projects to have, to be able to demonstrate the need for the incentive, to be able to show that the but-for case for the project. or for the incentive, so that it's without the incentive, the project wouldn't be able to move forward. That's when the public funds need to come into play and help make the project happen and help make it happen in the best way possible. So now we'll jump into some proposed initiatives. And this is one, we have a workforce housing loan initiative that's been proposed, and there's $4 million budgeted for it. So it's a smaller program. The guidelines haven't gone to our board yet. We haven't launched the program, but I wanted to talk about it here in case there's some feedback that you can give me as we're trying to design that. But the idea is that it would be a CRP-like loan, so there'd be low interest, flexible term loans for projects that are focused on workforce housing. And so they don't have to be mixed use, they don't have to be in the downtown, but they need to address an identified housing need, workforce housing need in that community. They need to be missing middle type construction. They need to identify that financing gap and have attainable rental rates and monitoring capacity. So have some units that are available and monitored for workforce households with an incomes up to 120 AMI. So that's the that initiative, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to launch that early in 2022. And then there's a couple of ARPA programs. One is the Community Revitalization and Placemaking Program, which was part of the state's budget, so it's already budgeted. But again, this one has to have the guidelines go to our board still. So we're working through that, doing community outreach, preparing the guidelines, and hope to take those to the board at their December meeting, and that's the Michigan Strategic Fund Board. And so the goal of this is to proactively address COVID-19 impacts being seen throughout Michigan, and really looking at properties that have been left vacant because of COVID. So maybe office buildings that didn't have their leases renewed, or other structures that are vacant. And then also support for outdoor public infrastructure, permanent place-based infrastructure. So this program would allow for grants up to $5 million for a variety of community revitalization activities. The public infrastructure piece would be for up to $1 million for those grants. And so this is just a lot more than what's been available in the past in these areas. And the total allocation for this is $100 million. So, so looking for projects in those areas, has to be tied to COVID, has to be tied to helping to reverse the impacts of COVID. And so the third program I wanted to talk about is another ARPA one. This is the Brownfield Bridge Fund. It was part of the governor's proposed investments. And this has not been approved by the legislature yet. But if it is, it would be grants to brownfield authorities or land banks or communities to reimburse developers for brownfield related costs or redevelopment of brownfield sites. And this program was focused on housing and creating more housing and creating more industrial spec space. So the housing piece, mentioned the ways that COVID has exacerbated the need for housing. And also the industrial spec space is a piece where we just have, with the supply chain issues, the businesses trying to scale up and address the needs and the demands for products, it's been difficult not having enough industrial space to accommodate that. So that's another use of that Brownfield Bridge Fund. And but I think that there's quite a bit of flexibility there in different ways that those projects could address COVID impacts. And so look for your thoughts on that. And then, I bet you're all aware, but there's a lot of reporting related to ARPA. So trying to make sure that we're designing these programs so that they are as easy to report on as possible. You know, we've got 66 defined expenditure categories and 177 reporting elements. So there's a lot there that just trying to make sure that we're avoiding any issues in the future as we put this all together and have it laid out in such a way that the reporting is easy. So just some discussion questions is, you know, what COVID-related community revitalization and investment is needed that can't be addressed with these programs? What project elements should be included in the scoring criteria? If we're, you know, doing, as we launch these programs and we do application rounds, what would you like to see be part of the scoring criteria? I'd love your input on those things. And Joseph, you said a lot. I think I just said a lot. So I'll stop now, but thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. Do we have any questions on the tip of our tongue or comments on that with Lori that we want? I see a couple hands. You know, I said it yesterday. It's hard to say. It's hard to hear. The cost and the vastness of the housing issue, $100 million doesn't go very far. You know, I mean, it's a really hard concept for you to wrap your head around. But
In everyone's folder, any that Lori provided, so.
Lori, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, Clayton Hines with the Center for Community Progress. Just a quick question on the second program, the 100 million for community revitalization and placemaking that's already been approved. Who exactly is eligible for that program as it stands now and what's been developed?
What's being proposed is that it would be available for local units of government, land banks, and also developers. So it, depending on what type of project it is, there'd be a variety of different applicant types. And in fact, what's being proposed is that it could be for a single project, or an agency could request funding for multiple projects that they would then re-grant out. So if you have several projects in your area that you're willing to oversee and report out on and provide the distribution of funds and whatnot, then you could apply for multiple projects.
Are you looking for communities to match maybe their local ARPA dollars as well, or is that not a requirement that you're looking for?
It's not a requirement right now in the drafts that we're working on, but it is a scoring criteria, is that a local match or a local contribution to the project is would give it favorable scoring.
Okay, thank you.
Christina from Genesee.
Thank you. And another question about the community revitalization and placemaking. So it sounds like that is more for commercial space than vacant residential space, like houses. Is that
Right, yeah, it's more for mixed-use buildings or larger scale vacant buildings, not single-family homes.
Yeah, so, and then you asked the question, what's missing? And I have lots of thoughts about what's missing, and I've kind of been waiting for something around, the land bank inventory, especially in places like Flint, where we hold 15,000 properties, over 3,000 blighted structures. And these are often houses in neighborhoods that are healthy neighborhoods where people are living and committed to staying. And we know that the impacts of those houses, they are left without being demolished or rehabbed, is extremely damaging, and it's affecting the quality of life for the residents, impacting communities of color more. And how do we, what resources are going to be available at the state to impact these hazards in neighborhoods to really protect, restore those communities? And if we don't have the strategy in place, it's really going to affect the community over the economic health of the community and the health of the community over the long term. So just wondering what the strategy is at the state level to kind of support land banks and support these challenges in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's 22 different strategies at the state level, and I think that your points are very well made. And so I think that I'll take that back as part of the what's missing and see which of those programs might be able to address that and see if I can provide an answer back. Thank you.
You know, one thing we've thought of it at Ingham County, and have put the comment out to some of the locals, because they'll have a, 100,000, 300,000, a smaller amount is, that might be a partnering opportunity where we can help them maybe link up to one of your programs to do that match and have the land bank capacity, build a house in a rural area where they wouldn't be able to do that on their own, most likely.
Yeah.
So, together we can do more.
This is Ann, Marquette County, and I'll just put the plug in for rural communities like I always do. And just getting at the what's missing is, one of the struggles we've had with utilizing MEDC's tools is some of our communities just don't have the traditional town. They don't have the traditional corridor that you're looking for us to work in. And I'm hoping that maybe there might be some ability to do housing projects in neighborhoods at least that are adjacent to those areas, so that some of our rural communities with smaller downtowns, or that we have some flexibility to still be able to do housing in those communities. Has there been any discussion about kind of expanding outside of the traditional downtown, the traditional corridor?
Yeah, so the workforce housing program is specifically looking at that, at going outside of the traditional downtown, but still being somewhat near that. It wouldn't be, it would be near the center of the town, whatever that might be in that community. But we're also, the MSF today was looking at, they may be right this minute, looking at a project in Honor, Michigan. So a very rural town, doesn't have a city water system, I believe. So, it's pretty rural. Okay. Oh, sewer, no water. Thank you. So we're trying to do more projects in rural areas, and I'm excited about that project in Honor, and looking at several others in other really small communities.
We want to hear more about your keeping Ann and Michelle happy. That's really important. That's good guidance for all of us. Well, thank you. Did I? Another? How about, who wants to go next? Tanya?
Hi, I'm Tanya Young, and I'm the Director of the Neighborhood Housing Initiatives Division at MISHDA. And thank you for the opportunity today to share the programs that we offer. One of the programs that we offer is the MISHDA MOD program. It's for modular homes, single-family modular homes, or modified technology of single-family homes. It's for new construction. It's within urban and or rural areas of statewide. Within your packet, there is a flyer on how you can apply for the programs. They are open currently for application. As a land bank, a lot of you have infill lots within your communities that you're looking to rebuild on, and that's the kind of property that we're looking for. If we are encouraging partnerships, we allow the applicants to be nonprofits or local units of government or limited dividend housing associations, which are for-profit developers. The program is structured as a spec model. So what we would provide is up to $200,000 for you to build the single-family home. And then once that home is built, this will allow the public to watch the entire construction process, set and finishing, tour the final product, facilitate the establishment of comps, and develop local capacity and partnerships to undertake this housing beyond the program. So what we're offering is we will upfront the $200,000. You build the home. Once you sell the home, the proceeds come back to MISHDA, and then you are allowed to recycle that. So you can continue to build a second home or a third home. So we've had success so far. Today, we're at 93% return to value on these affordable homes. The construction price point is $224,500, so that's the cap. Our contribution is up to $200,000. So this is where we put in the first capital that's needed in order for you to be able to get that first home up and running. So this is designed as a workforce housing program within Michigan communities. The community needs to be at least 80% area median income, because we are looking for low and moderate income communities, but we have waived the eligibility of the household so that there is no income restriction on the purchaser of the home any longer. So this program was initially piloted in 2019, and it was established as a permanent program in 2021. This is funded through Michigan's General Operating Fund, and we receive an annual allocation of $2 million. So the plan is that every year we'll be doing additional homes, and we'll double the homes. And in 5 years, we'll have at least 500 homes that are being constructed on an annual basis. So that's pretty cool. You guys are all huge pieces of the puzzle. So if you can participate, or you can find entities that would like to participate, that would be great moving forward, because we are anticipating a great influx of dollars from the ARPA funds and other sources in the year to come. And so this program will be offered at a different scale than it is currently being offered. We see our role as a funder and facilitator, providing financial resources, minimizing initial local construction risk, so communities can pilot a new product and encourage the building of local capacity. Manufactured housing had not been attempted in the majority of the communities that we have undertaken this in, and some of the pilot communities had not had affordable housing units and or any new construction built in decades. And this program is generating a lot of excitement. So if you go to our website, you'll be able to see what type of homes that we are constructing. Thank you. So I just want to kind of combat the misperception of what modular homes look like in 2021. Because that's one of our biggest barriers that we have on the community level, is that people don't understand what modular housing looks like and can actually be for $200,000 price point. That's okay.
You can look on the laptop.
Yeah, the flyer has our website at the bottom, so that all of you can go to our website directly. There's also a video out there. So the financing that we offer covers the model, site prep, manufacturing deposits, delivery fees, and installation. We allow the local entity to select which vendor that they're using for the manufactured home. And we have, so far to date, 7 different manufacturers that have been chosen by the communities. Some are within the state of Michigan and some are outside the state. And each selected model was designed to fit within that specific lot and to blend in with the existing neighborhood. The goal of the program is when you drive down the street, you're not going to be able to know which house is the modular home and which house is the home that they just built from a stick model. So it should blend right in. Let's see. Once the house is sold, Michigan expects full return on investment plus 3% of any profit that's generated. If the full return is not provided, the grantee cannot recycle the funds into another home unless 90% of the funds are returned, or 80% with a written explanation. Each community has the opportunity to recycle the funds received from the sale to undertake additional homes. A loan loss reserve has been established by Michigan to address any unforeseen losses. So as I told you before, the average rate on investment for the homes is 93%. We've had some homes that have exceeded the amount significantly when they went to sell them as to what they had put into them. And then we've had some troubled properties as well, so that's kind of averaged out. We have learned from some of the pilot programs And due to the increased construction materials, we have increased our amount up to $200,000. Shell modular construction is actually not cheaper and can take longer to complete. So that's something that we have learned through this program. Ensuring that out-of-state manufacturers are knowledgeable and address state building requirements and approvals and local codes is critical. So we did learn that as we were moving along, that it's really important that you know what you're ordering and that it meets your criteria within your community. Infrastructure needs to be assessed and addressed upfront to minimize delays. The housing type is not cheaper than stick-built due to shipping costs. It would be much more economical when a manufacturer is located within the area. And sometimes modular construction fully at a plant is not feasible when you have a lot size that's too small and is a barrier for delivery. That's why we allow other modified technologies, including panelized construction, to be used. So we allow you to do the research locally and see what the best product is and the best approach for you to meet as you go along. So we are exploring the concept of bulk purchase discount pricing to reduce costs further in the future, especially if we have economies of scale. We have found that there is a learning curve and the first house is the most expensive to construct and additional homes are less as local officials learn the best practices from each other in municipalities. We have a housing summit that will be happening in the spring of 2022 where we encourage and everybody can share lessons learned. And we all hope that you'll participate in this program.
So keep working on that. And Emily's got really 5 minutes to put a bow on. We got these 3 wonderful.
I know.
Pictures.
Well, I'll take 1 minute because I do want to make sure. So the State Land Bank is so excited to be here and be with you all. We have a housing loan program that did get launched a few years ago. That is something that we, the board approved to, I would say, just make it easier if bank financing is something that I don't know that Adam, we don't require proof that a bank is not interested, right? Yeah, good. I didn't think so. I know sometimes loan programs do that. But instead, it is something that we want to make your life easier to be able to have a home buyer program that you would be building on the lots you own. You could get the loan through us, and it's a 5% simple fee, short term, 12 month, and then when you sell the homes and you pay us back, and it's pretty easy. Well, it's a good program, and we want you all to consider using it. But to make it even easier, hopefully, to consider using it, we have added a new piece, and there are flyers on all of your tables, and this also is electronic on our website. It's a pre-development investment that we are interested in working with you for some of the pre-development funds. So we know that things like phase 1 and phase 2 environmentals cost money, or initial architectural drawings for your local planning commission, or if it is perhaps a quiet title action, or if they're need to have fees for preparing a brownfield plan. If you wanted to do a scattered site brownfield plan with a number of your parcels and build on them, and that costs money. We have experts in the room who are really good at that, but you have to pay them. So at some level, some of these costs up front, that might be a detriment for considering doing a project, especially for some of our smaller land banks that don't have a lot of funds that they've built up over the years through doing projects. But it's not just for them. It could also be for some of our bigger land banks that are just interested in working with this, because we want you to be able to do a project, have this investment, use our loan program. We win because there's more housing and there is a small interest rate that we make. You win because it's just frankly easier to use these programs perhaps than other construction financing. So we are launching it as of October 1st, so it's new, and I appreciate anybody who's interested. There's a lot of State Land Bank staff in the room. Adam and Linda are talking, and they're talking about how much they all want to help you. So if you can, they're actually totally not even looking at me. I love it. But seriously though.
We were talking what?
But yeah, so if you have questions, we really would like to have you use this program. And if you go ahead and move through the program where you get the pre-development dollars up front, you get the loan from us, the pre-development dollars are forgiven. It's a grant. So that's the other nice thing. Yeah, please look at this and ask us any questions. Now back to Tanya.
I just wanted to share the pictures from the pilot program. So this is Berry County Community Foundation of Hastings, and this was sold. This is Beaverton. This one's also sold. And Bethany Housing Ministries in Muskegon. Big Rapids. Dowagiac. Habitat for Humanity Northeast Michigan, and this one actually has a purchase agreement in place now. Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing Services, KNHS. This one's panelized, just so you know. Marquette County Land
but
Bank
where's my finished house?
Authority.
Without any snow, come on, I gave you a better picture than that, I know I did.
I have to give a shout out. Ann Grambaugh and Rachel Presley are the two people that are facilitating the Mishta Mod program. And so I will let her know we need a new picture.
I know she has one with grass on the ground, I'm sure of it.
And this one's in Grayling. This also has a purchase agreement. And Coldwater, which is our largest home.
So I did want to just, I think that we're maybe the only land bank so far that's participated in Mishta Mod. We were one of the pilot programs up in Marquette County, and it was built in the city of Ishpeming. And so just a quick comment on that. Shout out to Ann. She was fantastic to work with, very responsive, very helpful. I mean, it was myself and someone from our planning department trying to figure out how to build a house. And like, I'm a finance manager, I don't build houses. So she really was very helpful in walking us through the process. One of the challenges, just our experience, construction cost of the home, which we were able to order from a UP manufacturer, Dickinson Homes, which was kind of cool, but it ended up being, I think, a little bit of a higher price tag than maybe some of the others have experienced. $198,000 to build the home. It was just under 1,000 square feet, 900 something, 3-bedroom, 1 bath, did have a full basement. It had the site, we left the garage on the site when we tore down the previous home that was there. So it came with a garage that was really not in great shape. We just painted it to match the house to make it look presentable. We ended up selling for $168,000. That is all the market in this particular city would bear. That is a problem, and I raise that because with all of this ARPA funding, that gap funding is so important to getting attainable housing units built, because the cost of construction is just way more than we're able to sell these houses for, and I would throw in the city of Marquette, I could have sold that house for probably $220 in the city of Marquette. But then we're not achieving that attainable at that 120% AMI. So in my county, I've got two issues. One, some of my communities, the market won't bear the cost of construction. Some of my communities, it's not attainable at the cost of construction. So that is a huge issue. And I'm hoping through all the ARPA allocations, we see some funding for that. And then the other, I thank you for expanding the criteria in the UP to be able to drill down to the census tract level for the low mod. My question is, and I guess my point I want to make, it's still a challenge for us, even to build homes in the low mod census tracts. Just to give you an example, we have 2 lots perfectly poised for this type of a home to be built on. They're 2 to 3 blocks outside of a low mod census tract, which is why I wasn't able to continue in the mod program, because I don't have any inventory where I will be able to sell a house for $180,000 to $200,000. I guess my question is, do you see any expansion on the ability to work outside of those low mod census tracts, or are you, because of the national objectives you need to be with HUD, are you stuck with just low mod census tract work?
So I think it depends on the funding source. What we're using right now is Mr. General Operating Fund, which by statute requires the low mod benefit. But we have something called, hopefully, it's not visible, the Housing Community Development Fund through the state. We have requested $5 million of that funding through the energy program. And if that we receive those dollars, they are not restricted to low mod. So it depends on which funding source that we will be receiving in 2022 as to what we're able to do. I have a couple other programs that I have written, and I'm just waiting for the funding, and hopefully that will address this issue. I am just kind of like at a standstill right now based on the rules of the funding I have available. But I do understand that that is a need in the state.
Well, we have reached and exceeded our appointed hour. I think I'm gonna more or less try to wrap up here. You have something, Emily, to?
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to our the fellow speakers. I get to really appreciate the importance of face-to-face communication in today's world. And so being able to actually have, you all here, but also to have Lori and Joe and Tanya here, just really appreciate your time. And it's just nice to see you all in person. Thank you.
You know, it's a huge issue. Land banks have capacity. It's all hands on deck to be able to serve the citizens of the state of Michigan. So onward we go. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're ready to start our next session. I don't remember the name of it, but I know it's about patients with good podcasting. We have Emily York, who's already been introduced today. State her name, and Jeff Hawkins with Envirologic, one of our associate members, and I don't remember if an introduction of you has been made yet. I should know your bio, but yeah, I'll let Jeff talk about his firm if he wants to and how many years he's been doing this kind of work. Welcome.
Thanks, Ann. She's gonna have that one. I'm Mike. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. Well, good morning. I know you've had a day and a half here of fairly intensive conversations about land banking and housing and so forth. And Emily and I are gonna kind of burn through some slides associated with what we're using tax increment financing. I think one of the things as a preface to the conversation basically is that you've had some great presentations about a potential funding that might be available to help offset some of your costs with respect to housing. And we don't want to leave this out as another tool from a standpoint of being able to use tax increment financing with a land bank and a brownfield in conjunction, working together. As you know, we do have a housing problem. It depends on the demographic of the group that you're working with from a standpoint of who needs the housing. I know, from a Generation Y perspective, we're finding that their ability to finance things or have the funds available for housing is limited, and what they can afford. Obviously, we've heard the differential between what you can afford, what you can cost of construction, and so forth, and all those elements are going into play here with respect to what's affordable and what demographic is really being served as from affordability perspective. So yeah, we have a housing problem, and I think it's all hands on deck with respect to trying to find a solution or a silver bullet if there is one. I don't think there is. It's a matter of using a lot of different tools. But today's discussion, we want to talk about how land banks can be part of the solution, and really how we can kind of look at tax increment financing as a tool for supporting housing. And ultimately, the goal is to have land banks feel a little bit more comfortable with respect to how they play that role in using TIF as a solution for finding the housing that they need in their particular community. So this is a slide I think Emily's probably more familiar with, so I'll let you talk on that.
Yeah, this is not new information. We just put this together just to help a lot of the legislators that we've been talking with constantly are pushing the idea of affordable and attainable. And so what does that mean? And as soon as we lay this out, I think they really see the spectrum. And so they understand that a lot of the existing programs, that a lot of the dollars that have been up until recently allocated are for households under 80% of AMI. And we've really then been trying to talk about, there's the missing middle housing type, but then there's also this missing middle affordability. And so we've been trying to really push that the 80 to 120% of Airbnb income is needs to have tools that can be allocated, because these households are not eligible for subsidy that exists in these existing programs, but also cannot afford market rate. So this, I think, has been helpful, and actually I'm very happy to say that the term attainable housing for that moderate income is really starting to catch more traction. And so both on the as high up as the governor in a speech that she made for Housing North's Housing Summit, actually made a reference to attainable housing, as she said, affordable and attainable. So I think it's on the executive side, and then also legislators. I met with the majority House policy staff last week, and the first thing that came out of their mouth was, well, let's talk about attainable housing. Great, you guys are getting it. Like, so I just wanted to be, I try to throw this in with every presentation, just to, it's a good visual reminder of what that gap is.
I think the other thing, though, based on the title, affordable, attainable, multi-rate housing from a standpoint of utilizing tax increment financing, there is a potential role for all of those housing areas. As Emily indicated, though, we have the programs, and we're going to talk briefly about some of those, but our focus is on using tax increment financing.
Yeah,
touch on
so
this?
again, a lot of this has already been discussed over the last day and a half, that we need a different type. So this is more that middle housing type that we're talking about. So there's a lot of the single detached and high rise that a lot of people are familiar with, but all of this in the middle, from duplexes and triplexes to, we've got cottage court is something that people are starting to talk about, or garden style and some of these other housing types. Is something that really should be considered for the parcels that you own. It's not just single family that is in desire, and you have, whether it's the millennials or young professionals. I know people always say that young professionals are who want these homes. That's true. You also have seniors who perhaps want to get out of their single family home, which is actually a win, because then they can move out into a different type of housing, and then someone else can move into their house, which is, again, you've got a win-win there. So does your community have an opportunity for all of these different types of housing? And is it something where your land bank is looking at what you want to see on parcels that you own? Is that something that you could push or consider, which might require some zoning changes? That's another question, is, are the communities that you are working in, are they ready for some of these different housing types with the zoning that they authorize? Or is that a conversation that you want to start now to prepare for future development?
So when you look at the type of housing, you have specific housing that you may need or want and so forth. Are there other limitations? Emily just touched on them with respect to, challenges that might be there for you from a standpoint of creating this housing tool that you need, or the housing stock that you need. Obviously you have folks, NIMBYs, Bananas, those folks in your communities, then you start talking about affordable, attainable type housing. They're kind of saying, we don't want it here, or it's great, but we want it over there, not next to some of the communities that you might be building in. Zoning limitations, obviously, the challenges we're all faced with now are cost of labor and materials, cost of infrastructure to support housing. Do you have site conditions? Obviously we're talking to land rates here, and many of the properties that you get are not pretty. They may have buried foundations, they may have other environmental issues on them, just different things that add costs to already escalating costs of constructing these things, as well as some of the limited or competitive incentives. I mean, we're touching on some of these other incentives, and some were spoken about today, but I think Eric, brought it up that this, we're talking $100 million, and when you divvy that up amongst all the different communities and some of the limited quantities that are available from a standpoint of these funding sources, it limits you. And we obviously have a big issue ahead of us to try to create some of these housing stocks. TIF won't eliminate NIMBYs and Bananas and zoning limitations and so forth, but tax increment financing, we're going to try to show, I think, are going to help potentially offset some of these things. Let's see. So we're talking about an opportunity, and facts are facts. You're not going to change what a 2x4 costs. It costs what it costs. You can sometimes reduce some of your labor construction costs by volunteer labor, sweat equity. I know Habitat does a lot with that. Others do a lot with that. And obviously we have these other funding sources that are available to help with housing projects. But there again, there are applications, there's limitations, there's different criteria, things that you need to, and those aren't bad. Those are obviously things that are needed in order to help control and support these programs and the funding that's allocated towards them. But we really want to talk about using tax increment financing, because through a brownfield redevelopment and a land bank, you can leverage local investments, local resources to really solely or supplementally provide funding for housing financial gaps. And so it's kind of more of a local control that we can overlay and sometimes implement and connect with some of these other programs.
So this is, obviously you all are affiliated with the Land Bank Act, and the how Land Bank Act is tied in with the Brownfield Act. And so very much there is an intent for linking these that actually promote economic development. So we've really talked about that. And the fact that, again, properties owned or controlled by Land Bank automatically are eligible to utilize TIF. So this is old news, but it's something that is a question of how do we as land banks use this tool. It's actually in the the statutory origination of our organizations.
Yeah, and I think later in my slide deck, or in our slide deck, I have talking about this new tool. And it's really not new. I have it in quotes because it's been here pretty much since the inception of the act in some regards, but it's just we've not really thought about it for this purpose. So when you look at the statutes too, I think it really does link them with respect to how we use this tool as well. And if you're really to kind of to boil down the basics of tax increment financing with respect to using it for redevelopment or housing, you really have two elements. One being land banks can make the property eligible, and it expands the eligible activities that are potentially available through a brownfield plan. So really, as an eligible brownfield property, land bank properties or properties owned or under control of a land bank are eligible, they're blighted. And the other thing would be is that the brownfield redevelopment authorities are really the financing mechanism then to actuate that eligibility and be able to cover some of the costs that we're talking about and we're going to be talking about. So just in general, these two tools, land banks, brownfield authorities working together, really are a unique and flexible local economic development resource and very powerful. If you have sleeplessness at night and you pull those statutes out and read them, you'd be surprised at all the things that you can do with those things. And there's a lot of things that mirror between them as well. Land banks can act as facilitators to economic development and redevelopment. They can act as a developer, allows projects to move forward that become stalled because of these gaps that we have or site conditions. You know, as with any tool, it requires some patience, stamina, a little open-mindedness with respect to how we apply these tools. And it also can incentive some of the other things that are going on in your community with respect to attracting investment on projects that normally wouldn't get any attraction. So what is tax increment financing? And it really is where we take the new incremental taxes based on investment on a piece of property, and we use those to reimburse a party that financed those costs. So it could be a developer, brownfield authority, land bank, any other source of funding that might come through with respect to certain eligible costs. So we're going to talk about those eligible activities later. And those things are typically eligible activities that are described in the brownfield plan. So the tax increment equals new taxable value minus the initial taxable value based on the new investment. So you put money into a piece of property at the initial stage of what its taxable value is. Theoretically, when that value, that investment is made, the value is going to increase. You're going to pay higher taxes. We can capture that increment. Brownfield plans also set the amount of eligible activities to be reimbursed and the amount of time for reimbursement. And once that plan reaches the limits of those elements in the plan, it's ended. And then all future tax increments go to the individual taxing jurisdiction. So this is just a cartoon, basically, or an illustration that kind of tries to make that case. So you've got, on the x-axis, we've got time. And on the y-axis, we basically are showing, potential value with respect to, let's say, a house. From a standpoint of a land bank, if it's in the land bank, obviously that could be at a zero value. Perhaps it's not. Maybe it's a private development that has an initial taxable value, and I just have this is just an example. So your base value, though, whether that's zero or on a minimal amount of taxable value, will continue to go to the taxing jurisdictions as it normally would. What really is where we see the difference is when you make an investment and build a new house or make an improvement to that house significantly to the point that it raises its value. So in this case, we go from $5,000 to on a vacant land, let's say, to $215,000. And then over time, that's maybe 1% valuation increase over time. If you wanted to, this brownfield plan can go up to 30 years. Not all people are going to want to wait 30 years for their money, so hopefully you get a return in a quicker time frame. And that increment is going to be captured over time and used to repay eligible activities. And some of those are going to be, a lot of you are familiar with your eligible tax averted property specific tax, or 550. So that can be reimbursed. the eligible activities that we're going to talk a little bit more about: site prep, infrastructure improvements, your environmental costs, potentially this selling gap or this concession on costs that we're going to talk about. And then you can also, over 5 years, capture those funds into a local brownfield revolving fund. And that tax increment over those 5 years, even though it's way down the way, can be seed money that can continually be used into a program like that. So I'm sorry everybody's way back. You may have a little trouble seeing this, but this is kind of a nutshell of Brownfield 101, so to speak. So starting at the top and working our way through this schematic, you can see state or local land bank properties that you can use for this housing opportunity. Potentially take municipal owned properties. You can take private properties potentially and move it into the land bank. And there again, that
We buy the
automatically.
private properties.
What's
We
that?
don't take them. We buy the private properties.
Buy the property.
There's no eminent domain, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, we buy the private properties.
Thanks for that.
Or a developer that we're partnering with
Right.
buys the private, yeah.
Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, they're not doing eminent domain. So blighted, they become brownfield eligible. We work with a local brownfield redevelopment authority, whether it's at the local level or at a county level. And then this box pretty much identifies what a true brownfield plan is. And there's really 4 main elements, really. You have the eligible properties. Why are they eligible? Are they contaminated? Are they blighted? Are they in the land bank? Are they functionally obsolete, historic resource? They can be adjacent or contiguous properties to those eligible. It could be a single site in the land bank, multi-site. Then you have eligible costs. Those could be your environmental, your phase 1, your BEA, demolition, lead, asbestos, and mold. And then in a core community or a land bank, you can expand those to site preparation activities. And when you look at the list of site preparation activities, they're huge. Clearing and grubbing, staking, balancing a site. I mean, there's so many different things that you normally assign to a construction project that you're not thinking brownfield. Infrastructure improvements, particularly those, essentially those in the public infrastructure. So sidewalks and approaches, and if you have to bring utilities onto that site, potentially. Clearing and quieting title is an eligible expense as well for brownfield reimbursement. Selling and conveying. We're going to demonstrate that a little bit in an example, but selling and conveying is really something that's listed in the statute, in the brownfield statute, that land banks can do. And this is, I think, where we can possibly layer this with some of the other tools from a standpoint of, okay, we're building this property at X, and we know we either can't sell it for that value, so there's a gap to what we can sell it for, or as Ann just talked about in her communities, you know, we can build it at this amount, but it'll sell higher and it doesn't support your attainable housing. So those gap dollars are a gap that we can potentially use tax increment funding, financing to fund, as well as acquisition and so forth. Go ahead.
So right here, this is an important box in terms of what we are talking about. I really encourage that it's a local tax capture only. If the numbers that you can, when you're doing the numbers for your project, and you can say, here are the local taxes, and this is what we are going to try to use with the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and it's a local decision about local dollars. This school tax, which is the optional that would then go to the state, you can do that, but we really encourage for it to be a local project with local dollars and leave it there. And I would say it makes it just easier and more quick, but also there are certain rules if you then go to the MSF that the land banks would have to then waive the 550, and so it kind of gets more complicated. So if your numbers, which we have on a future slide, if you can look at 20 or 30 years of what your capture taxes are, and that is enough to fill your gap, I encourage you as a land bank to really, again, have your local BRA make decisions about local tax dollars being used in this way. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that.
Great point. But basically, too, in this particular box, this just shows the investment is made, obviously, that creates those incremental taxes. And then ultimately, the brownfield plan has a reimbursement schedule. You know, the 550 goes to the land bank, the other 50% would go to the brownfield authority. Those dollars can be being used while the 550 is being captured to reimburse the eligible costs. After 5 years, 100% basically goes to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority that's used to repay these eligible costs up to 30 years. And again, you have that 5-year local brownfield revolving fund. So it's very prescriptive in the statute with respect to how a brownfield plan is put together. But the interesting thing about that is that, so it puts the terms in there, the costs, the properties, the reimbursement schedule, and so forth. But again, at the local level, I have along the vertical here, a development reimbursement agreement. So at the time that you're putting these things together, you as a local unit, as a brownfield authority who you're working with, you can continue to establish terms and expectations, like what the developer is going to build, where they're going to build it, how they're going to build it, when they're going to build it, how the rules of engagement are going to be. I know we had a conversation, I think yesterday, about if they go to the tax tribunal or something, and something changes that's going to affect it. You can control some of those things with respect to that development reimbursement agreement that can then help you have a little bit more assuredness that this is going to really produce what it's going to produce.
And in terms of the development reimbursement agreement document, I'm very happy to say we have Susan Wenslick was in the room. There, yep. Susan and Jeff are two of our leaders on an initiative to actually create some templates for all of you. So then that way you actually have some template documents that you could say to your local Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, here is a sample development reimbursement agreement, and let's use this as a starting point, and then we edit the language. And that might make it a lot easier for some of you who are interested in doing this project, but you are like, I don't want to have to, create a development agreement out of thin air and have that be one more thing that as a land bank that is under-resourced, understaffed, and there's a lot of demand for this. How do we make it all work? Template documents are being created to share with you, and that is coming soon. Timeline-wise, I will let Susan and Jeff
Soon.
comment on that. I don't exactly there's not a set date, but so documents like that, we wanted to make sure that we were supporting for you all to have those documents at no cost to be able to use for your projects. And you're still probably, for bigger projects, going to need to hire a consultant to put together your brownfield plan. However, that cost to actually put together the plan is a reimbursable cost. So really, don't worry about it. It will be able to cover itself, that cost in the process, but the actual reimbursement agreement that your Brownfield Redevelopment Authority members need to see, that is something that we wanted to support.
Yeah, you want to have some rules of the road with respect to this. And I guess the other thing I would mention too is that either Susan with Susan Wenslick with Fishback and her experience and ours at MRL Logic, as well as some of the members of MAL, to be honest with you, have had some experience with these. And so there are some agreements and documents too that they could share in that regard as well. The other thing that we would look at on a project like this is, does it make sense? We want to say this is the panacea for all things with respect to affordable housing or attainable housing, excuse me, but it doesn't always fit. I mean, there are certain situations where, depending on the scale or the size of the project, if it's just one house, and you're trying to offset a cost, it may or may not work. But we can run those numbers. You don't have to go through the whole entire process to determine whether or not that's going to work. Ultimately, once a brownfield plan is established, it's approved by the local unit of government. If you're a county brownfield redevelopment authority, by statute, it has to go to the local unit where the project is going to occur for their concurrence with the terms of the brownfield plan. If you're a local unit of government, has their own local brownfield redevelopment authority, it stops there. And then ultimately, if the property is in the land bank, it then is property sold, transferred from the land bank back onto the rolls, and thing starts working.
We kind of covered a lot of this already.
Yeah, these are some just things. Land bank expands eligible activities, particularly in non-core communities, site prep, infrastructure, quieting, selling, conveying. We can use it on individual sites, multi-site plans. Obviously, if you have market rate homes intermingled with attainable housing and so forth, some of those taxes can be leveraged in that brownfield plan to help support these projects. But ultimately, the goal is to try to allow these rents and sale prices to be lower. We have a couple of examples to talk about here. First one is really
so this is actually, kind of Anne touched on this earlier, that built a house at 190 but let's just say let's say 200 or not 198, I think is what you said. So the unit of construction or the cost of unit construction, again, 190, and you wanted to be able to sell it again at 150, so that unfunded gap at 40, that is an eligible cost because it is an eligible activity for reimbursement with your local TIF dollars, because it is, again, the language around selling or conveying the parcel. And so that is something that, as a land bank, so you could say, we have these 3, 4, I would do a minimum of probably at least 3 or 4 as a minimum, because of the cost and the effort behind putting together the plan. And so you could have 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 20 parcels, and you could actually set up a scattered site brownfield plan to be able to have each of them be able to use this tool and be sold at a more attainable rate. And this is something that your local municipality can do right now. If this is a tool available to you, and this is what you would do at the beginning. You would get from your assessor, what is that house going to be taxed at? What are those taxable values that are going to then be the local capture? And how much can we collect? And does it actually get to the gap? Now, politically, maybe your local BRA is like, we don't want to capture all of it though. We need some of that new money to come to us, because over the life of this, so this is a 15-year, I think roughly 15-year. This is over those 15 years, we need some of the new taxes created. We need some of that to come to our local operating. Well, that's fine. You don't have to do a full capture. That's another thing I say politically. If you can do if it's a 15-year, if you do a full capture, but then you can do a 20-year and only do a 80 or 75% capture. So some of those new taxes do go to your local jurisdiction. You can do that. And if that's what helps get these new houses built at the attainable level, sold, and it keeps the local taxing jurisdiction happy because they did get some new taxes compared to what they are getting when these are vacant properties that are in your inventory, then that's fine. That honestly, that's a win all across the board.
As a counterpoint to that, I agree with her that that's definitely a possibility, because obviously local units will look at, we want more fire protection, police protection, we want more housing, those types of things. But the other thing to consider here, when you look at, I'll get in the weeds here, but on a brownfield plan, when we're capturing tax millages, and you have a project in, Hart, Michigan, what have you, and keep in mind that that brownfield plan is not only capturing the town or the town's millage for this particular project, but it's capturing the county millage. It's capturing the library. It's capturing all these other different millages that normally would be going to the other taxing jurisdictions that don't necessarily affect the operating budget of the municipality. And so from that perspective, you can also say, well, by going 100%, capturing it all at the time, they're bringing additional benefit into their community, as well as school taxes. Well, if it's housing, it's probably going to be exempt from school. So
well, but more kids in local schools is good for the schools.
Absolutely, absolutely. Scattered site infill housing project. This is a project that we helped a bit with. Brownfield plan facilitated construction of new single-family, multifamily affordable homes on scattered sites within the city of Kalamazoo. Basically, this is a project that the redevelopment challenges and the cost of construction, there's no way that they could sell it upon completion based on exceeded the value upon completion. Versus the sale value or appraised value. And without the assistance, these parcels would remain vacant. So basically, there was a bunch of partners involved in this particular project. Kalamazoo Attainable Homes Partnership included the Kalamazoo Neighborhood Home Ownership Services, slow down, Home Builders Association of Western Michigan, LISC, City of Kalamazoo and the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and the Foundation for Excellence. They have some funding there. The Land Bank and Consumers Energy, actually. And just as a demonstration, there's about 13 properties in this brownfield plan, and the city decided that this was kind of where they were going to be at with respect to the number on this particular one. But I just highlighted this. These are some of the parcels, and you notice that some of the parcels there are blighted because the property is owned by a land bank. So that was one of the elements that came with respect to it being included, as well as there's an adjacent and contiguous property to some of those as well. And then there were some municipally owned properties that were included that were originally tax foreclosed. So you can see these are a whole host of them, but they're all infill type, narrow lot type construction projects. But they made a commitment to do high quality construction, 50-year roof, energy saving, strong floor materials and so forth, innovative designs to try to reduce, I mean, things like, as you see, they're 2 stories, so they made sure that the bathrooms stacked so they could limit the materials that they were using and the labor to put those in. About 1,400 square foot, 4-bedroom, 2 full baths, nice homes. They do have some income quality qualified for affordability. And it's these are some of the new homes that the newest homes they've ever seen built in decades in this particular community.
And so again, with that, what were the eligible activities that they used?
Good segue. Lead, asbestos, mold abatement, demolition. We had site prep costs on that site, infrastructure improvements for utilities, roads, sidewalks, approaches. There were some contingencies, brownfield prep. They're also having money going into the local brownfield revolving fund, and the land bank is getting their $550. I believe the payback to the developer is about $330,000 that's going back to them, and it'll be about a 10-year plan for their recoup. So it's not bad from that standpoint. Obviously, they had it in the Parade of Homes. This is one of the locations, kind of a nifty looking home. This is kind of more market rate type project. This is something that worked with Marquette County and their land bank and their Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. And it's housing, but it's senior living, assisted living. But here again, it just demonstrates another opportunity for using tax increment financing. This was a 32-acre brownfield historic mining operation site up in Negaunee. Basically there were waste rock piles, contaminated soil and other debris. And we ran into a situation where, but for the need for this development for the senior living community, that this municipal road stopped at the edge of this development parcel. So we needed to extend road utilities in order to construct this 40-unit assisted living facility. So we used the brownfield plan in conjunction with the land bank and to offset these costs that were extra on the project. So it's got a very nice view on Teal Lake there, but this is the overall development parcel. And what we did was we put the entire parcel in a brownfield plan, and then we transferred the property that was going to be made for the assisted living into the land bank, as well as the public roadway that was going to be extended into the land bank. Constructed the brownfield plan, and then eventually rolled that back out to a new developer. Project investment was about $5.5 million. Developer reimbursement about 15 or 1.5 million on that particular acreage. We used a whole host of funding sources, as we got to layer everything you can in these things. EPA brownfield assessment. City of Negaunee actually paid. They have their own electric utility, so they paid to put that in there, but we're repaying them for that. And the developer paid basically for the roadway, sewer, and water to extend it there, which is going to allow that other area to be also developed, and additional houses and so forth are being built in that particular area. And the land bank played a critical role in making this happen, because otherwise Negaunee is not a core community. This was property, this was the type of development that was needed in this community. And so we were able to use and leverage the land bank to expand their eligible activities on this particular site.
One of the things I always try to bring into every conversation about developments that land banks are a part of is what is the public benefit? I think that that's an important conversation. This is not something, if asked, like, well, are you going to work with any developer who's just going to build market rate housing? My answer is no. That's not what land banks are here to do. I think that land banks, if your local municipality says that they are wanting to work with any developer, your BRA, you need to have those conversations about what your local public benefit is and what you as a land bank are engaging with. So I will just come back to, when it comes to attainable housing or senior housing, I know that you can look at a site that perhaps is an old, a mining site or a rock and gravel quarry that would have been just remained blighted and obsolete. I mean, make the decision about what is that benefit that merits the land bank involvement, and make sure that that's a consensus with all the partners. I just think that that's an important thing. I know that that way the questions around why is a land bank involved, this quasi-governmental entity that is this kind of in between the development world and the government world. And I just come back to, if you look at the statute language around public benefit, and then you as a local community decide what is that public benefit. So that's a conversation I think that should be a part of every development discussion. Is again, what is the goal? And it is not to just help a developer make money. No, that's not what land banks are here to do. It is for some other reason, and that is an important thing to always keep in mind.
Yeah, and obviously, building this facility on a farm field somewhere would have cost a lot less money to do, or in an area that there, if there were existing utilities that could support this size of construction. But there was a lot of things to overcome, and that's where we use this tool to try to do that. So just wrapping up the conversation, brownfield tools in concert with land banks are really powerful economic development tools, and you can be very creative with those. Here again, here's my TIF is new in quotes resource for community housing needs. Frankly, it's been here for a long time. It's just taken a while for us to understand really how we could apply it. Bring use of brownfields and land banks to the discussion early. I can't emphasize that enough. If that's something that you're thinking about, want to explore that tool, start the conversation now. Not only does it help to educate the local community with respect to understanding how the tool can be used, but it does take a bit of time to incorporate these into things. Keep an open mind, look for innovative ways to apply the tools. Sometimes we'll look at this and the first answer is no, doesn't seem to apply, but then you take a look at it a second time or a third time and you realize that maybe this is a better tool and it could work. And I think this goes along with this Emily just said, communication with all stakeholders is key to the success of the project. And there's some natural ability to do that with the approval process with respect to brownfield plans, which is good. I mean, there's a public hearing to adopt a plan, the local community has to adopt it and approve it. So they've got to approve it. They got to know what they want going in on this type of a project.
So another thing, I guess, to keep in mind is the ability for, let's say you have a LIHTC project in your community and yet the developer has received the LIHTC allocation, life is good. And it's, okay, we need affordable housing. But what if you could have gotten involved on the front end? Let's say that developer came to you and said, hey, I need to buy this parcel from you as part of a LIHTC development. What if you were able to say, well, could we do a partnership that allowed for your units and your allocation to be then coupled with attainable housing as well? So that way it's a mixed income project. And well, how are we going to help subsidize the construction if you're not going to charge market rate for those units? Well, we could incorporate TIF to be able to have those attainable units, because those would be units that you would be paying taxes on, unlike your LIHTC that you go pilot for. So it's just something to keep in mind of stacking and layering projects. It's not easy, but it's something like if you know that, or similarly, maybe you have a market rate developer that is coming into your community and you might say, that says, you can get involved early and you can say, listen, yes, market rate housing is good. We all need that too, but can you have some attainable involved? And let's try to, again, could we use TIF as a way to help provide the subsidy that then allows for the end goal or the end unit to be sold or rented to moderate income households? And that is a really powerful thing because we need that, again, with that spectrum. There's a gap of tools that can apply, and this is one tool that really can fit that. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that too. I see Gary Heidel from MSHDA has joined us, and we've had a lot of conversations about being able to use this in complement with existing affordable housing programs through MSHDA, or if you are looking to just in general talk about these projects, mixed income is a best practice around the country, and it's something that we, of course, as land banks, really can use these tools to help make happen.
That's a great point. There's keep your eyes open. There is a project in Southwest Michigan that they're doing just that. They're going to be on one parcel basically and carving it up for the LIHTC portion of it and for sale portion of it that's going to be combined. And that's going to be exciting. It's going to be a few years out, but it's in the process right now on a brownfield site, by the way. So,
Questions? Is there
yeah.
time for questions?
I guess I was going to end here real quick is that hopefully, you know, it's not a fairy tale. You can use tax increment financing, or you can do affordable housing, and yeah, not a fairy tale.
Great presentation, Justin Horvath, Shiawassee County. Can you talk a little bit more about the dynamics between the Brownfield Board, the Land Bank Board? We have an existing Brownfield Authority at the county level. We have not set up our Land Bank Board yet because we're a new land bank, but how does that interplay? Can they be dual boards, should be separate boards? I mean, how do you see that?
Go ahead. You want to start?
Anyone else have a shorter question? That's a longer discussion. I mean, I guess in short, I would say that we would like to let's have that conversation because yeah, in our opinion, it would be a very effective tool for rural communities, rural counties to be able to pair the Land Bank Board and their BRA and have that entity be able to be a catalyst, especially in rural communities where there are fewer developers, to actually be a catalyst for that, and being able to look at how that works with Act 381 productively is a longer conversation, but we do think it's a positive thing to work toward.
I think statutorily you can.
And I think Jim brought that up in a session yesterday. I'll just mention in Marquette, because I sort of disagreed with Jim last night and tried to challenge him on that a little bit because I said, I think in my community, my local units of government would be thoroughly confused if I said, oh, we have another Brownfield Authority. I think that would be confusing. But what I will also say is, since inception, I've been the director of both. So we have always had that common tie between our land bank and our brownfield. When I was treasurer and created the land bank, we created our county brownfield authority so we could do our first land bank project and use TIF. And so having that like common denominator, maybe it's a board member that serves on both so that there's always that link between the two, I think would be a happy medium if you're not quite at the point where you want to merge those boards together.
You work for this.
Hi, Susan Wenzel from Fishbeck. Word to the wise, if you're doing a scattered site plan, which Emily mentioned and Jeff mentioned on a slide as well. Oh, sorry, thank you. If you are going to do a scattered site plan, make sure that your units are going to be built pretty near together time-wise. Because if your Brownfield Authority approves a, say, 10-year plan, 15-year plan, even a 30-year plan, but it takes you 10 years to do your full build-out, you can still only collect for that initial 10 or 15 or whatever years that was approved in your Brownfield plan. We have a project right now in Traverse City that approved a plan 28 years ago for 30 years, and they haven't finished their project yet. So they have 2 years to collect TIF on a project that hasn't started yet. So word to the wise, have a short-term plan or do multiple brownfield plans.
Right.
So if you want to do a 2 or 3 phase project, do a plan for each phase.
And we have the project example I showed you in City of Kalamazoo. That particular plan, I know that the organizations that are doing the housing projects anticipate doing more in the future, but I believe the intent here is to start another plan for their next batch, basically.
Christina Kelly from Genesee County Land Bank. Thank you. This was great. We did have experience with TIF early on, and we have learned some things. And overall, I think it's a really important tool to have, but I think it's a tool that kind of needs to be used around the margins. I don't think it's at the center, specifically for land banks. And I just want to say that as we're thinking about larger strategies for dealing with land banks, abandoned properties, scattered sites, we have all sorts of challenges with the scattered site development, working with your local assessors, especially in smaller communities. It takes a lot of time to deal with the back end. When we started our TIF, we weren't really aware of that. And honestly, it's been a lot of our time and all the local assessors' time. So I think as we talk more about TIF, I think we need to make sure we bring the local assessors along. And they're like, what is this? You know, how did I know? Now I have to deal with 550 and brownfield? No, we can't do it. So I think we need to be having that conversation together with local assessors and bringing them the capacity to deal with this. All the combined, combining a brownfield with a non-brownfield, combining a brownfield, it can't be done as far as local assessors are concerned. And that's where it stops. So as we talk again about strategy for dealing with vacant abandoned properties, one, we have a municipal finance crisis right now, right? Like our local governments are suffering. And so putting TIF at the center when, local governments are not functioning well. Declining resources, declining capacity. Assessors are now contracted or not there. You have conversations with new people. It's a challenge. So I just want to say, yes, this is an important tool, but let's talk about a larger strategy for dealing with land bank properties. Thanks.
I think we are running out of time and need to move on to our next session. So I'll invite those speakers and moderators that you, Jeff, up.
Oops.
Oh, we've got a correction on the phone number.
Sorry about that.
These people scoot out of the room. We do have a special guest that's going to be joining us virtually at 1 o'clock, Congressman Kilby. We are going to try to Zoom him in to address the group. So that will be from 1 o'clock.
So again, with a traditional purchase, the home buyer buys the house and the land that it sits on. In a community land trust, the improvements on the property are separated from the land. So the purchaser buys the improvements through a bill of sale, and they enter into a 99-year ground lease with the owner of the land, the community land trust. And so the land is leased to the homeowner through the ground lease. So kind of the steps through the process, the community land trust purchases the land, builds the house. The individual buys the house, enters into the ground lease, and the ground lease is what has the stipulations that control the use of the land and the house. So it's kind of an unusual and complicated and different style process, so why bother doing it at all? As you guys have been talking about for the last couple of days, it sounds like, the price, according to the little graph on the right, the market price of homes increases a lot faster than what locals can afford to purchase. And I realize everybody's market in the room is different, and even within your counties, you can have very different markets. The market that I'm talking about, we're in Northwest Lower Michigan, so we serve Charlevoix, Emmett, Otsego, Crawford, Sheboygan, and one more county, Emmett County. And so a lot of our neighborhoods and communities, we have huge market pressure from people wanting to buy second homes, investors buying vacation homes, putting them on Airbnb. So the locals are really priced out of the market. So, the first bar might have been during the Great Recession when affordables, if you did have a job, or locals, when you did have a job, you could afford a house. But we really are way on the far right now, in that the locals are very much priced out of the market. So with the community, the affordability gap increases over time. The affordable home you built 10 years ago is not affordable today. Without a community land trust, you're chasing your tail. You need to buy another piece of land and put all of that effort back into creating an affordable house that once that first home buyer sells it, it's going to go market rate again. And so you're not building an affordable home inventory. But with a community land trust, it ensures the long-term affordability through a shared equity tool that's written into the ground lease. So a little bit about our program and how we operate a community land trust. Again, community land trusts are local for your local community, so each one is a little bit different because you're meeting your community's needs. So our program began in 2003. We have a scattered site community land trust. We have 15 homes in 4 communities across 2 counties. This is a rehab that we did in East Jordan. So again, we buy the land, we build the house or rehab the house. At the sale of the home, we sell the improvements only. We retain the ownership of the land, and then we enter into the 99-year ground lease with stipulations on the use of the home, the ownership, the occupancy, the ground lease fee, and stipulations on the resale of the home. Our ongoing stewardship over those 99 years includes monitoring tax payment and insurance payments, ground lease fee payment, and refinancing requests and resales. We get very involved in those 2 stages. Our ground lease, the slide's specifically about our ground lease, we have these stipulations that it does have to be owner occupied. It does have to be your principal place of residence, not be a second home. You cannot increase the footprint of the house. We don't want you to do any large additions or anything like that to the home. Because we had home funds when we built these homes, we limited the home buyers to 80% of the area median income. So we're saying when you go to sell the house, you need to sell it to somebody like you when you purchase the home. So when they resell the home, they have to sell it to somebody that earns less than 80% of the area median income. We are looking forward to using the Land Bank 2.0 TIF district tool, but we'll be expanding that income range up to 120% of the area median income for those homes. Now, the tool that really keeps it affordable for the long term is the resale formula. And it's a shared equity resale formula, and ours happens to involve appraisals. So it's an appraisal-based resale formula. So the appraisal at the time they purchased the home is compared to the appraisal when they decide to sell the home. And the owner receives 22% of that increase in value, and the rest of that stays with the property to keep it affordable for the long term. And so the resale formula is what sets the ground rules for sharing the equity, and that's what keeps it affordable forever. So we recently had a resale this year. So this is kind of the numbers. I'm going to walk you through this so that you can see what a great tool this is. So we had an appraisal done on a home this year that looks a lot like that one, but it was finished. The appraisal was $225,000. Now, when they bought the home 15 years ago, in 2006, the appraisal at that time was $140,000. So if you do a little bit of math, there was an $85,000 increase in value over the last 15 years. Now, in our shared appreciation formula, we say that the homeowner receives 22% of that increase in value. So 85,000 times 22% is 18,700. Now, back when they bought the house, even though it was worth $140,000 on the market, we were able to sell it to them for only $92,000. So they got a great deal when they bought the house, right? $92,000. We add that $18,700 of the shared appreciation that they're able to take out of the house. So $92,000 plus $18,700 is $110,700. So that's what the home would be resold for today. So the seller is able to walk away with that $18,700 plus they paid down the principal on their mortgage. And so if you put that into one of those mortgage calculators, they also received about $26,000 from paying down their mortgage. So around $45,000 or so was the amount that they were able to take and invest in their market rate home, which is what they did. In this case, this was one of those deals where our home buyer or home seller was buying a home that somebody else was buying a home, and so one of those chain reactions that everything has to happen in the right time and within 24 or 48 hours. So in this case, we stepped in and purchased the home in order to make sure that whole transaction would go smoothly. So we're actually going to put a little bit of money into the house. They moved out, we ripped up the carpet, we're doing a little bit of fix up to the house. So you can see there's still a huge difference between $110,000 and $225,000. So we're going to be able to refreshen the house, make it so that whenever somebody moves into it, they can move right into it like it was a new house, not have to put in, spend a lot of money replacing carpet and things like that. So, we can then increase the sale price to $120,000 or something like that to cover our costs, but it's still going to be very affordable in the market. So if a homeowner chooses to sell, the sale price is determined through the resale formula that's in the ground lease. We retain the right to repurchase the home. If we wouldn't have stepped in, if we wouldn't have stepped in to buy the home, they would have just put it on the market just like anybody else does. The shared equity is forever retained within the trust, within that property, and the ground lease is the tool that we use to establish and enforce the restrictions and establish the shared equity resale formula. A little bit about property taxes. A community land trust property receives two tax bills, one for the land and one for the improvements. Typically, the land does not get the homestead exemption, but the improvements do. In our ground lease, our homeowners are responsible to pay the taxes on the land and on the improvements. One more slide. So about CLTs and land banks. They work together to create long-term attainable housing. The land bank helps to create the subsidy to make the home affordable for more local residents. And the CLT ensures that the subsidy that was created stays with the home in that little lockbox from buyer to buyer. So with the CLT, the public investment that was created by the land bank is permanently protected.
So I have my treasure hat on. What if the homeowner doesn't pay the buildings on lease land?
Does not pay their taxes?
Do they pay both the land tax and the buildings on lease land tax?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
So they would be in violation of the ground lease, and we could enforce it that way. So we work with our local treasurer to make sure that the taxes are paid. You know, we're notified.
Good. I have some in my community that don't.
One of the questions that went table.
When you indicated that there's two tax bills, and so the buyer, the new buyer that's purchasing the home, they don't get the 100% homestead exemption, like they don't have they have to basically pay the higher. And I say this in communities with that do experience large price increase and second home. A lot of those communities benefit, there's in support, the local governments are in support of the non-homestead households or properties, because that brings more revenue into the general fund, and they're not using the resources as much as a homestead exemption person. So could you elaborate a little bit on how that impacts a low income person or somebody 80% or below in their budget? Yes, they're going to get a house that's attainable, but then in the long term of just maintenance and their budgeting things, is there something that goes with that or supports that, please?
So the land is not homesteaded, but the improvements are homesteaded.
Okay, thank you.
So they do pay the higher taxes on the land, but we are actually working on some legislation that David can touch on that will address that issue too. And I'm going to go ahead, move on, and we can have more questions at the end. So you're up next, David.
Hey, Jane, is it possible for you to share a blank contract or agreement that you use for your land trust?
Go to groundsolutions.org. They have a model GroundedSolutions.org has the model ground lease. It's the 2011 model ground lease. And it's really recommended that that is followed, because that is also the one that Fannie Mae has reviewed and approved, Fannie and Freddie and Rural Development. And so if you follow that ground lease, then it's easier for your home buyer to get a mortgage that can be sold on the secondary market.
Good morning. David DeVelder, Community Land Trust Director for Dwelling Place, and it's good to see some of you again. I used to work for Kent County Land Bank, so it's been a couple of years since I've seen some of you, and it's just great to be in person. person. So Dwelling Place started Community Land Trust a couple years ago. It took a long time to get it going, but I just want to give a little history on who Dwelling Place is. Established in 1980, we provide affordable housing, essential services to our families. We have a fairly large support department that supports our residents. We have 1,400 affordable communities across four counties, 1,400 units. I think there's probably 40 communities. We also have commercial space on South Division in downtown Grand Rapids. And really the cornerstone of Dwelling Place is our community engagement. We have a staff of about 7 people that all they do every day is just engage with the community and the residents that we house. And we have a lot of community gardens. We do a lot of art, public art in our among our communities and around the residential communities. We also do financial literacy with our families. We also have a new CEO, Jeremy Drew. He came from Link Up in Grand Rapids. Denny Sturdivant retired after 33 years and was very instrumental in forming the Community Land Trust. We're also a NeighborWorks member, which has been a huge benefit to Dwelling Place. So Community Land Trusts are quite complex in some ways because just to kind of give a little story, Dwelling Place back in 2000 bought 20 houses with the idea of converting them into community land trusts. They were in kind of a gentrifying area in Grand Rapids. Hired a consultant. I was actually part of some of these meetings back in 2014. Burlington Associates from Vermont was brought in. Mishta funded that grant, actually, and a number of us met in Grand Rapids with Dwelling Place. And unfortunately, because of the downturn, the land trust never got kicked off. The homes were sold to Habitat Kent County. Fast forward to 2019, we resurrected the plan and rehired Burlington Associates, and then I was hired in 2020. And we just closed our first land trust sale in September. It takes a little while to get some of these done, but I think as we go, we'll be able to speed up the closing process. So our board is based on the model community land trust documents that we were provided with from Burlington Associates. 1/3 homeowners, 1/3 the sponsoring entity, in this case Dwelling Place, and 1/3 from the community at large. Just wanted to share a little bit about some of the milestones that have been reported to us. City Lakes Community Land Trust in Minneapolis is a partner of ours. We share funding with them through NeighborWorks, and they provided some case study information on CLTs. And 50 years later, households of color have increased in shared equity programs from pre-2001 of 13% now to 43%. So it has had a tremendous impact on racial equity. Wealth building, median equity at purchase $1,800, $14,000 by the time, median equity by the average CLT homeowner. 58% of owners selling their home bought another house. And then the majority are first-time homeowners, women, 50 to 80% AMI, and that is what we're finding in ours as well. And Grounded Solutions has a really nice slide. I do encourage you to go on their website if you want to learn more about CLTs. They have all kinds of videos, really good stuff. This is comparing conventional homeownership to shared equity housing, CLTs being one of them. So just a huge impact. First 5 years of homeownership, much higher success rating for low-income families. Less than 50% of low-income families stay in homeownership that have achieved it. In a shared equity situation, 74% stayed homeowners who were low-income families after that's, at the 6-year mark. Foreclosure rates are dramatically lower in CLTs. 8% seriously delinquent, conventional, 1.3% in CLTs, and then foreclosure proceedings, but less than 0.5%. And that's, this is data from CLTs that have been in operation, at least 20 years. And then just comparing monthly payments, $1,800 for a conventional, average conventional payment, 13% taking out home equity loans in a conventional homeownership situation, 1,100, which is actually a fairly high payment compared to what we're looking at generally in CLTs in shared equity. Only 1.4 took out home equity loans, so much better rate there. And then credit score is about the same for this study. So I'm going to highlight some of the projects that we're doing. There's rental conversions that Dwelling Place earmarked that were primarily funded through the LIHTC program. And so they targeted 3 developments that are being converted from rental into homeownership. And there was a variety of funding sources that those developments had, from LIHTC home, tax credits. All the debt on this property was minimal, so it made the conversion process quite a bit easier. We're selling them at 50 to 75% of their appraised value. Total development costs about $100,000 to $125,000, so substantially less than new construction. And we are serving households 30 to 110 AMI. So we're being able, with the rental conversions, because they are cheaper to redevelop, we can serve lower income families. And we are actually starting out serving primarily under 60% AMI. Any renters in these developments can stay as long as they want. They can continue to rent as they would in any Dwelling Place property. We're just doing more outreach with them to see if they want to purchase. So one of the projects is Martinell, which is on South Division in downtown Grand Rapids. These are live-work units. We have 1 pending sale and 3 vacants. So these are like open loft style. Not the cheapest in the portfolio because they're right downtown. The taxes are fairly expensive, but it is a great opportunity to be able to purchase a condo in downtown Grand Rapids. And the single family homes, we have 10 single families that were built back in like the late 90s. They were originally intended to be rent to own, lease to purchase. I think they figured the CLT would be a great avenue for that. Fast forward to 20 some years later, and it's finally happening. This was the first sale that we had. We have two pending. Really what happens with the rental conversions is it's a much faster process when someone moves out and we offer that home to sell to the general community. However, one of the pending sales is a renter who is going to buy. And what I'm starting to see is it's like a snowball effect. Once one renter purchases, then other renters get encouraged and they work through their process. There's steps they need to go through on education and building their credit score. There really is not much of a down payment they need with a CLT. It's like $500 is all we require. So really the main obstacles are spending the time to go through the process. New Hope Homes, it's 12 units, about 8 of these units have families in them on Section 8 vouchers. So we're trying to work with Section 8 to get their vouchers converted. And Dwelling Place invested quite a bit of money into all these developments. We're siding new windows. We just put in a community garden at this site. Had a community engagement event out there a couple months ago, which was very successful, getting people to come out and talk to them about becoming a homeowner. Wanted to highlight a couple of our new construction projects. This one is down on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. That is behind the new Samaritas headquarters and Bethany Refugee Services. So Samaritas has some offices on this campus and some senior housing, and then Bethany Refugee Services is their headquarters for that site. They're actually adding on a building there and a parking lot. This is all one master PUD that we're going back into the city of Grand Rapids for, and then new community land trust homes. We went through a lot of community engagement and have met a lot of resistance on this project in the neighborhood, mostly for the housing, not so much for the office addition that Bethany is doing. This is the current site plan that was finalized in the last week. We are preserving a lot more trees, creating a community area for gathering and for just walking and so forth, because there was too much density, and so it does increase condo fees a little bit by doing that, but it's something that is probably a good thing to do for the neighborhood and for the residents. So these are courtyard style, so the houses actually face each other. And then the ones that are on the green would open up to the green, which is nice. So the houses are, really in a courtyard style instead of facing, some do face the side streets, but a little bit more community building at play here. And then some, we just are hiring an architect this week to design the houses, but there's some preliminary. Yeah, so that's just a pad right now, but we would add, it's zoned for the family to either upgrade at the time of purchase to build a garage, or could do that later. We also have accessory dwelling units that are going to be part of the PUD, so hopefully that will pass. This project goes in front of the Planning Commission again. We tabled it because of the community engagement. We go in front of them in December. Progressive AE from Grand Rapids is our architect on that project. They've done a really good job. So this is showing some of the breakdowns. This is probably impossible to read, but Martinow, the downtown condo, we're serving families, the renters, 50% of the appraised value is the purchase price, so we're able to discount that quite a bit. But payments in that development are more because they're downtown with the higher taxes, and then New Hope and Granville are much more affordable with payments. Total all-in payments around $600 to $800 a month, and then the new construction payments would be in the $1,100 to $1,200 a month on average. Some would be lower for the houses that would be funded with additional funding. We below 80% of the AMI, those payments would be less. And then this is a kind of hesitated to put this one in here. It's new. It's a very new project that's just came to us in the last couple of weeks. Here again at Wood, the last new construction site I forgot to mention would include brownfield TIF and new markets tax credits in partnership with the State Land Bank Authority. This project would be was brought to us through a developer that secured an RFP through the city of South Haven, and it's a master plan that's already been master plan's already been approved through the RFP process. The developer is Habitat Company out of Chicago. It includes both LIHTC and CLT townhouses. The CLT townhouses would be in the 165 range. The LIHTC units, I think there's 120 units of LIHTC that serve families between 30 and 80% AMI. Ours would be between 60 and 110 for median income. So this is just showing the orange buildings are the LIHTC buildings. This is a 3-phase development. So the building in the corner would go in for LIHTC application in April, and then a second phase of LIHTC, and then I think we're going to try to move up the townhouses sooner so that we could start those sooner. So it's a joint development, but the CLT would be separate once we would purchase the property and develop it. Showing some of the townhouses there, and then the architect did a really nice job of the renderings on this project. And then the CLT tax legislation. I don't do a very good job of explaining this. We have a staff person, Stephen Wooden, on staff, who is he worked as a legislative aide in Lansing, and he does a fabulous job of explaining this. But I did want to include this in here just so that taxes are kind of a stickler with CLTs because of the higher taxes on the land being non-PRE. So the dilemma is our downtown condo, the taxes are like $300 a month. It's just not sustainable. So we have to do something to change that. So we've partnered with a CLT, Storehouse CLT in Detroit, Enterprise Foundation, a couple others, CEDM, in a couple bills and we do have a sponsor for this, Democratic senator that sponsored this, and we're very close to a Republican sponsor. So this would be an refundable income tax credit, 100% taxes on the land, discounted based on the CLT price, and would serve households up to 120% median income. And it does have to be a deed restricted housing product, so it can't be full market rate. It has to be either deed restricted or shared equity community land trust. So there's two bills. The first bill is discounting the taxes. The second bill allows for a credit to be remitted directly to the local tax collector in exchange for the lower tax bill. So there's a form that has to be filled out by the homeowner that would get submitted to the tax authority, and then the taxes would get adjusted. There'd be a credit. I'm not sure exactly how all that's going to work. We're still working through some of that, but the result is it would reduce taxes about 40%. Here's our development team. I don't know why that's shaking. Oh, nice. We're right in the city here. So we had to assemble a pretty large team to get this off the ground. Homebuyer Education Partners. Dwelling Place had not done home ownership prior to the land trust. So Habitat for Humanity in Michigan is our partner, as well as ICCF in Grand Rapids, and our lenders there. Our other funders, State Land Bank Authority, MISHDA, and other funders that have helped launch this, and then an incredible legal team that we have in Grand Rapids, as well as Colliers International. It's been really, really helpful.
Thanks, Dave. And then I'm here for only a few words. We've got the deed restrictions is at the end of the titling of this. You know, our land bank on November 1st will celebrate 16 years. We recently established a housing trust fund that we've talked a little bit about. We've talked about, certainly have presentations on community land trust. Not sure that that's necessarily where we will go, but on the deed restriction issue, we've had both at the treasurer's auction, which is probably unusual or unique, but also with the sales of renovated houses at the land bank, we have long had a 20-year owner occupancy deed restriction on those sales. Depending on the funding source and the programming, we've done a lot. In the Great Recession, we did a lot of work with MISHDA and others. But with the county and other resources, the land bank has also done a fair amount of housing renovation and production. And all of those have had that owner occupancy limitation, as is true, as I said, on the treasurer. So that gets, the affordability up front. When I think of Lansing, Michigan, and each city is going to have its own uniquenesses on the need for affordability, permanent versus just getting some housing up. The city of Lansing has such I would say a dire need, given the age of the housing stock, to just have new housing put up. I mean, it's just, you got 20,000 units aging faster than anything we're putting up. I'm fairly comfortable if we can get an affordable unit sold. There's such a need for just that new house that I'm open to what the market's going to do to it when it resells. A lot of the, some of the funding sources have had 5 or 10 year affordability limitations on it. We could go through that separately for the 8 or 10 land bank counties that had hardest hit dollars and what we did with our partner cities. But I just wanted to raise that owner occupancy covenant, affordability, the first sale, and then because we've done 275 homes that way in the last 15 years. And until the last 2 years, it's not like the price of a home in Lansing was soaring. it's gotten a little bit higher now, so it makes you think a little bit more about the community land trust. But I just wanted to add that in. Jane and Dave, thank you for that wonderful conversations. We've got just a minute. For questions, Jeff's got the microphone if anybody wants to get something in.
So I first heard Jane speak up north in Charlevoix. And I have to be honest, when I first heard the concept at several conferences of land trusts, I thought they were about the stupidest thing I ever heard of. Because like, aren't they just another like function of a land bank? But Jane's presentation, when I heard it, brought so much clarity, and I was really excited that she said yes to come down and share with you guys. Because I think it is not another layer. It is not exactly the function of a land bank. And I don't know what I missed before with the other presenters. I think it was my own mindset maybe. But thank you, Jane, for making the trip. And thank you, David, for also presenting the more urban version of the same thing. Because I think we have such diversity in this room and on Zoom. So thank you both so much for making the trip over.
Just a quick question, I guess. One of the comments that I've often heard with community land trusts, and I think maybe even Jane mentioned this once or twice, is that if there's an upfront investment of public dollars from MISTA, from MEDC, from TIF, and then community land trust is kind of like the long-term way to take that public investment and then make it last instead of just one round of home buyers, it's in perpetuity. Would you say that that kind of language really resonates with your stakeholders, or is there other language that resonates?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as a nonprofit, we were just applying to a community foundation for some funds to kind of stretch this into condominium type developments, which we haven't done yet. It's all been single family detached. And the funder approached, or the foundation approached one of their funders. And I just got an email this morning that said, yeah, but if we fund this, how are you going to make sure that it's for the locals? And how are, I didn't put all of this CLT stuff in a written application, it was more based on the legal condo stuff was what I wanted help with. So I went into this whole thing about community land trust in an email today, and it was from, I was responding to a local resident who was concerned about anything that we were going to be building to be able to help other local residents and not become a second home or not become an Airbnb. And how, so I was able to answer not just how we're going to help that first buyer, but how we're going to keep it affordable from buyer to buyer to buyer.
That's the same thing with starting 15 years ago with the city of Lansing, to be able to say what we were going to produce was going to be owner occupancy, because we were trying to balance off 15 years ago, and it's gotten worse, unfortunately, with the rental inventory in town. But that 20-year covenant, we reserve the right to extend it for another 20 years. And by gosh, we've been around 16 years now, so we're actually starting to get to the point in time where we'll have to make some of those decisions.
Thank you to our panel. I am told that lunch is ready. So it's right outside these doors. If you can kind of flow through this way and in through the back, that will help. We do have a speaker during lunch who will speak to us. And then remember at 1 o'clock, we do have Congressman Kilby that will be joining us virtually. And there are some extra goodie bags. So if you have people from your offices that are participating virtually that you want to grab some and bring back, please feel free to do that. They're right out there, I believe. Are they still out there? They'll be out here somewhere. They're white. You won't miss them. All right. You guys want to start?
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Born and raised in the area.
Now I hear you.
Any better? Is this okay?
Oh, you're.
Hello? How am I? Is this okay? Is this okay? No. Um, 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 Oh, maybe that's better. Maybe that's better.
Yeah.
Mr. Tech. Okay, any better? Is that good? Can anyone hear me? Yay, thank you. Okay. All right, so we're gonna start again. So Brent Forsberg, one of our contractors here, born and raised, has done a lot in the area, has done some new builds and commercial areas, residential and commercial both. He's actually working on one of the sites that we talked about yesterday, which is the old Deluxe Inn site that was torn down, and we talked about the graffiti boards that were put on it, and what a huge brownfield site it was, and we're pretty excited for him to be developing that. And so, take it away, Brent.
All right, let's see. How's this mic working? Perfect. All right. Well, thank you, Roxanne. I got a question for everybody here. Have you ever spent months or even years working on a project, going through the codified process and thinking you're doing everything right? And legally you are by following the guidelines. And as you get towards the end of the approvals, a room full of upset people show up. And these people are angry. And I'm not just talking about NIMBYs or bananas. I'm talking about those whose stories correlate with, I've lived here 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. My family's been here for generations. The emotions elicited from the potential change has made them scared, and rightfully so. The questions they ask generally distill down to this: what is the impact this change is going to have on me and where I live? A misalignment happened here. For developers, governance bodies, and even nonprofits, our questions focus on things like use groups, infrastructure, safety, and financing. Meaning, all the time we are working on something, we are solving for process-based solutions. It isn't until we reach the last couple of steps before an approval that generally the public engagement begins. And let's face it, there's good reasons for communities to be skeptical given the track record of development for the last 100 years. The core focus of how I manage my business is understanding how to use the questions and trying to find and understand what are the right questions to ask. Finding questions that reduce barriers for communities to become stronger and more connected over time. Structuring questions that allow for flexibility in the face of complex changes to be answered. If we are going to see strong growth in the future, it is important a broader understanding of the right questions are achieved. My questions are focused in my belief it is important as a developer to create a sense of belonging. This belonging allows me and those around me to achieve their goals. In the words of Zig Ziglar, help enough people get what they want, and eventually you'll get what you want. My job is about creating relationships that build human capacity and start to enhance regeneration cycles in the places I work. A regeneration cycle is one that over time creates greater capacity in the system it is functioning within. And I forgot to start my slideshow here. I got so excited to come up. So, just need to go right down here. I apologize for the quick break. There we go. A regeneration cycle is one that over time creates greater capacity in the system it is functioning within, based on whatever metrics we use for the measurement. Those metrics can be defined by the questions used to frame the challenges. Understanding how to get to these questions is where value is achieved for me and projects. These questions define every action of my day, how I interact with government, how I deploy the assets investors entrust with me, and how I attempt to align projects with the needs in the local communities. The book, Cracking Complexity by David Benjamin and David Combs, does a great job of framing how to use these questions. First, use questions about complicated issues to solve challenges. And second, use questions about complex issues to define the challenge. To understand the difference, let's take a quick look at how we as humans are taught to use questions. Since at least the Renaissance period, questions were used to gain knowledge of things or processes. What if we did X? What does this do? How could we use this object? The entire scientific process is based on starting with a question to find an answer or disprove a theory. Our understanding of the world around us is based on using the scientific method to learn. It is a linear process of looking at individual properties of a thing to see how we can use it, or defining a process to get an outcome. The problem is, these questions limit our understanding of how we manage things being generally described as materials, tools, and land. To understand systems, the questions have to define the understanding of the relationship between things. We are taught to use a linear model because it's easy for us to understand. These linear models can be good at solving complicated problems that have predictable outcomes. But to get to the right questions when looking at the challenges facing us in our human constructed habitats, it is important to understand the concept of complexity. Without going into the scientific definitions of complexity, it means that things are messy, unpredictable, and always changing. And everyone here understands what I mean when I use the word messy to describe the approval process. A complex system is constantly changing, adapting, evolving. It means the outcomes can be unpredictable, like a complicated system. Unpredictability occurs when organisms are making independent decisions based on their current environment and the vast stored history of outcomes from all of their past decisions. Human nature has us keep adding solutions as more and more questions arise in the system. Adding layer and layer of solutions using questions meant to solve complicated system outputs. For a complicated system, or for a complex system, this could create more and more volatility, making the relationships less predictable over time. Eventually, these solves are not going to have the outcome we expect, or worse, cause unintended outcomes and consequences humans are no longer able to manage. Scott Page at the University of Michigan calls it the dancing landscape models. And it wouldn't be a presentation without a slight malfunction. That screen was supposed to be moving up and down. So we're going to imagine that if you took a step, that the terrain changed every time in front of you. It would be pretty hard to set a destination if you were constantly reacting to these changes without a set of parameters to guide you of how to deal with the unpredictability. I mentioned earlier the mistrust created in the communities that caused the angry people to show up to the meetings we have all been a part of. The situation arose from the culmination of the past 100 years of decisions our predecessors made to answer the question how growth was going to happen then. These questions destroyed natural ecosystems, stripped the earth of resources, and intentionally hindered or destroyed opportunities for vulnerable populations to have equal access to wealth and education. Modern racial tensions continuing and the continuing of the economic stratification in the nation can be tied directly to the 1934 Securities Act and redlining. These laws were intended to answer the question of how to mitigate risk for the banking system and eliminate exposure for FHA and HUD on the secondary market by giving guidelines to the banks. It completely ignored the consequences to millions of Americans and the loss of opportunity to gain generational wealth and stability. Today, 75% of the original redlining communities that are still in existence are in poverty. That arguably isn't even the most egregious act to destroy neighborhoods and communities. The ones that aren't in existence were a casualty of urban renewal. The federal government used the questions of national defense and creating a resilient economy, one safe from instantly being wiped out by a large bomb, to decentralize urban centers using the mobility of the automobile. This created the sprawl model of infrastructure that is crumbling around us today. Using these questions as justification, the United States systematically wiped out thriving neighborhoods of minorities and economically vulnerable populations to make way for the interstate. It held federal money at ransom for regions if they didn't comply in the urban centers. Now in Lansing, I've heard officials in the past mention, well, we didn't just destroy minority neighborhoods, but took out some of our richest as well, which is true, but still doesn't excuse the displacement of hundreds of families who didn't have opportunities to just move on. Lansing even has a display of what happened, telling some of the stories in the empty downtown Knapp's storefront, itself a casualty of removing thousands of residents that used to live in the surrounding neighborhoods. I would encourage you, if you have time on your way out of town, to stop in and take a look at it. Yet, even knowing the damage caused with 496 to the urban fabric of the city, and answering the question of crumbling infrastructure, this region is making an almost $100 million investment to continue perpetuating a policy of disconnection for at least another 50 years. We won't even get to the massive parking lots that the state government has and the impact it's done on Lansing. We'll do that another time. My purpose in sharing this isn't a message of condemnation or hopelessness. It's to make sure, as those who influence the future of what our communities will be, we understand the magnitude of the impact these decisions have on people. Just as these questions shape the current moment we live in, the questions we use to shape the future will create an opportunity that will be available for the future generations. It is important to understand, as we make these decisions and frame the questions of the future, the exponential growth in population and technology has created an even greater level of complexity to solve for as our communities begin to evolve or continue to evolve. Whether or not you feel humans have impacted the changing climate patterns of the world is in fact inconsequential. What's important is an understanding that the volatility in the weather, the collapse of our supply chains exacerbated by the pandemic, the severe housing crisis facing the nation are just the tip of the iceberg of the complexity facing human existence the next 50 years. The questions to manage this need to begin with the end in mind, focusing on creating places that people want to live, communities that people feel an emotional connection with, one that provides hope for a better future for them and the significant people in their life. The places that figure out how to find these solutions and to these opportunities will be the ones that experience the greatest prosperity in the future. In Michigan especially, the overall body of work for the last 80 years has fallen short of this ideal. It is a proven fact we haven't kept pace with the average population growth in the United States, evidenced by the losing of a seat of representation at the federal level. 20% of the world's fresh water, more trail miles than anywhere in the country except maybe Colorado, top 10 lowest cost of living, top 10 places for young people to live and thrive, and many other fantastic metrics, and yet we can't keep pace with the growth of the United States as a whole. The questions we have used to compete for growth, to give our value proposition to the country, hasn't worked to attract people here. I remember listening to Luanna Simon a couple years ago talk about how Michigan State is the #2 brain drain in the country, meaning we help subsidize the education of these students and they leave the state altogether to find opportunity elsewhere. The places that saw growth booms in the beginning of the 21st century focused on the lifestyles of the time, creating the experiences that attracted people and in turn attracted businesses. Can creating questions, framing the challenges, facing the experiences of living in our local communities, allowing for those already here to want to stay, and can we start creating attraction for stronger growth in the future? One of the biggest challenges as a developer is getting through the process of approval in the local communities. The municipal solution to a constantly changing environment is to create more safeguards in their process. As the systems we live in become more volatile and facing ever more issues, the regulations continue to be added, making the processes more bureaucratic, making it harder for small developers to work and grow. And as the process becomes more prescriptive, it becomes more exclusive to larger and better capitalized corporations. the opportunity for innovation and change at neighborhood scale becomes regulated out of our communities. NAHB showed regulations added to the process of development and additions to codes over the last 50 years is responsible for 24% of the entire cost of a single-family home. I know there is a balance that must be achieved, but when we're looking to solve for affordability, solving for process and energy using a complicated model we have isn't making it easier on any of us. The financing is becoming harder and harder as well. Federal policy meant to regulate banks are creating less and less opportunity for the small neighborhood growth models to exist. Banks are rapidly agglomerating into larger and larger institutions. And as they do, flexibility is removed from the system from the loss of relationship-based lending. The focus now is shifted to comply with federal guidelines to meet deposit requirements for leverage ratios. Now, I am in no way saying that we should deregulate the banks because that would be an absolute disaster. We've seen it already. What I am saying is we have to create the right environments in banking to incentivize them to lend on the projects that give us the walkable places that every focus group that's ever been done says people want for living. The questions we could talk about for aligning these systems with the growth the neighborhoods want could focus on how to get the type of amenities and mixed uses each neighborhood identifies as their needs. In the current process, before any project is built, the question of use type drives the conversation for developers. But the questions generally focus on separating the uses, not inclusivity and flexibility. A mentor of mine once told me, the biggest mistake we make in this industry is we make everything about the real estate. The financing, the design, the zoning. It's about the use of the real estate. The questions we use define a limited structure that we resign to live within for governance. The questions don't ask, are these the way people actually want to live in the communities we sense of what's happening in that moment. The wave moving through the stadium is based on a change in behavior of the 80,000+ people in the stands coming together to form something bigger than themselves. The emergent is only formed when enough individuals act to cause a system-wide behavioral change. This is called a tipping point. The stimulus for the change can come from a top-down approach, someone in a box putting messages on a Megatron saying, start the wave in section C. It sets the framework for the wave to begin, but without the behavioral change of the people in the crowd, the wave won't happen. Simon Sinek talks about the tipping point in his Golden Circle talks. His model of how behavior change has to happen for businesses to be a success. The model he uses is E.M. Rogers' diffusion of innovation. The model does go into detail of behavioral changes that has to occur for a new product to become accepted, to create the new emergence in society. But Simon's argument goes further. When talking about systems people are in, he states, people need to understand and buy the reason why a person is interested in change before any change can occur. In his words, people buy what you do before they'll buy why you do something, before they buy what you do. As stated before, my personal philosophy is belonging empowers people. The more connected a network, the more capacity it has to create the types of connected communities people want to be a part of. All the pre-development work I do starts with assessing the local networks I am going to be working in, to find ways to make those connections stronger through my potential projects. Every sponsorship, every volunteer hour, every acceptance to a committee or board, every piece of art placed is premised with, Could it help create stronger connectivity to places my team and I build? As seen in the example of the stadium wave, an emergent can only happen when there is enough change in the behavior that the outcome begins to change the system, the tipping point. By aligning my goals with the goals of localized neighborhoods I am working in, true system scale change can and will occur. Pat Gillespie's project we are in now is a perfect example of this. It is a culmination of the work started with the stadium being built across the street in the early 90s, to all the residents that have been added to create the metrics to allow a grocery store to come back to the core of Lansing. It has created one of those tipping points that will now allow for growth to continue in this area of the city. This never would have happened without the belief of the Gillespie Group, the Land Bank, LEAP, the city, and all the other groups that worked over a decade to bring this to fruition. It wasn't without its challenges, because the questions used to govern the financing and the development processes weren't necessarily designed to allow projects like this to occur in the community the size of Lansing, though that is beginning to change. This is a perfect example of a local community knowing its issues and finding a solution with a local developer and local agencies to solve a need. Local is the key to solving the challenges facing our communities. No offense meant for any state or federal electeds or administrators that may be here or listening online, but top-down governance will never be able to solve the issues of complexity. The best that we can hope for is to set the stage to allow for hyperlocal neighborhoods to write the questions framing the challenges they face, and giving them access to a variety of tools to find ways to regenerate the growth within them. The thing is, the capacity is already there. It is finding ways to realign the assets of a community to create these connected places. The idea we have a shortage of workers, that our communities don't have what it takes to regenerate growth, is a myth. COVID didn't cause the issues we are facing. All it did was accelerate the misalignments in our current systems to bring them to light faster. What questions could potentially be asked at system scale of the state? How can money generated locally be used to grow neighborhoods there, not get shipped to big investment houses on the coast in the name of risk mitigation? How can we create the opportunities for those living in disconnected neighborhoods to understand the job markets in the region, to create the workforce that continues to grow and attract businesses? Lansing's already done it in the manufacturing field, as proven with the Keep GM movement in the early 2000s. These are just examples. Working in neighborhoods, allowing those facing complexity to find the solutions, is what will make Michigan the leader of growth for the next 20+ years. As local leaders, both on the public and private side, we have a choice in how we choose to move our communities forward. We can continue adding solutions using questions based on finding answers to manage a thing or a process, or we can help communities frame their complex challenges using the right questions. Then use those questions to remove the barriers created at the local levels facing the complex issues daily. This idea doesn't mean completely overhauling our processes at one time. It means when a community has ideas, the conversation begins with finding ways to get there, not starting with why it can't be done. It means understanding each of these communities have the human capital, and in many cases, the physical assets that can be utilized to create these better experiences. It means looking at the capital system to align investment opportunity with the goals of local growth. It means focusing on intentional design that creates the regenerative properties of development for generations to come. And most importantly, it means asking people who are facing life every day, how do they want to live in the places that they call home? And aligning all the constructed systems around them to achieve those goals. After all, the whole point of the built environment is to create opportunity for people. So thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Brent at all?
Great job, Brent. Good to
Thank
see you again. Justin Horvath, Shiawassee County. This is right up our alley. We have an interesting challenge being a rural community. There's a lot of people that don't want to see us develop too much. They want to preserve that rural, quiet character. So any kind of new building can be a challenge for some people to deal with. So how do you recommend we handle that?
Well, yeah, it is. It's one of those things that are tough. Because number one, it's always going to be people that don't want to see growth. And the question comes down to setting the intention up front. So working in rural communities, especially I'm working in one right now up near on the West Coast. And they understand the need for the housing there. So at the meeting, I showed up to the first meeting I was at, 50 people walked into the room, and I'm like, uh-oh. That's usually never a good sign for me. But the stage had been set by the community and the businesses, understanding, hey, we need people. We need to have folks that can live here. And the problem is with COVID, what it did there was, I think 1,200 homes in the last year had lost their principal resident exemption, which means they'd gone to secondary housing, which meant that they didn't have enough teachers in the county for the schools. Some of the businesses were missing 20% of their workforce because people moved down to larger markets, but one snowstorm and 45 minutes caught on a highway, you're going to find a job somewhere else in the market that we have right now. So it was about, for them, it was about setting that intention up front. And again, you're never going to make everybody happy. There were people there, but it's having those planning meetings and saying, here's the needs of our communities. How do we do it in a way that balances everybody's interests?
Brent, what can treasurers and land banks do better for folks like you to drive our communities forward?
I think the biggest issue that we face is getting through the approval processes. And if there's a way that we can work together, and as the land banks are looking at these properties, because these properties are off the tax roll because economically they weren't part of the current system that we have. So understanding how those connections can be made and doing that groundwork up front of working with the neighborhoods, working with the developers to figure out what do people want? What will help that neighborhood grow and thrive? And then starting to lay that groundwork with the communities. Because everybody goes back to their master plans. Well, we did this 9 years ago. It says this was supposed to be here. Sorry, this isn't quite going to work, or this is going to be this, or it's going to be hard to do. So starting with that up front with the land bank. And Lansing does a great job because, yes, it's about getting property back on the tax rolls. But there's been a lot of projects that I've come in and said, hey, I got this idea, and said, well, when we've looked at the overall strategy for here, this doesn't fit in, which is good. And then once it's explained, we can have those conversations. So it's having that long range look, and that's where the land banks are important. And then some of the other programs that you guys are doing form those tipping points, going into the neighborhoods. And I know it loses money when putting money into a house to start bringing the value up. But that is how change happens in the neighborhood. It's coming in and stabilizing. And when you're looking at it, you talk about a tipping point, mathematically, it's about 17.5% of an area for a change to occur. So when you're looking at changing what that is, if you start with a street, you can do the math and start figuring out what does it take for those connections to start moving through the neighborhoods. And understanding the scale that you're working at, whether it's one street or the entire region that you're building in, and understanding how to adjust the way that growth patterns are happening to start hitting those numbers. And then the neighborhoods take it over themselves. And it's been proven again and again in the model. And it does start, especially with the land banking and where properties are coming off the tax rolls, to restart that cycle again. And then next time, how do we move towards keeping it so we get multiple life cycles in the time frame and not just go through a rise and a blight and a rise and a blight. That's been the way we've done things since World War II.
So you think one of your hardest issues is getting approvals through the city of Lansing?
It's when I talk about the fact that we just keep adding layers and layers as things get more complex. And the problem is it just gets to a point where it's almost impossible to get through. And there's a reason why, there's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons why areas don't have growth is when you have a lot of barriers to entry. And this is one of the regions that haven't. It's just the way Michigan being a home rule state, it was kind of set up that way. I mean, Thomas Jefferson, we're his dream, right? That big cities have a hard time growing here and large areas have a hard time coming together. This is why it was set up on the township model. So when we look at it, it's made it hard to go through and have what we've seen where regionalism have come into other areas, but also the processes put in place that are meant to protect. And there's a lot of reasons for those rules, but it's about allowing for the adjustment, not just keep adding on, which is what's happening. It's happening at the state level too. I mean, is anybody trying to get a plat through anywhere with the state right now? Yeah, it's months and months and months. And so these processes just keep getting longer and longer, and it's making it tough.
Eric?
Well, you know, that question on plats though, Brent, it just made me think about, so folks on Sunday night, they got to be at Lansing Brewing and hear Pat Gillespie. He talked about how he lost, and there was no passion in doing cookie cutter apartment buildings around sprawl greenfield areas. And he returned to his heart and core of Lansing. Mr. Forsberg is a third generation greenfield subdivision sprawl person, or perhaps your father left that behind. You did not perpetuate.
Well,
that.
I will say, out of all our developments, we've only done 2 greenfield. Everything else was restorations of gravel pits from the highways.
But I think it's interesting though to have heard from Pat, I mean, who was a local urban farmer doing what we are in the middle of. And then Brent is a version of that, I mean, a little more suburban still in some
Yes.
places, but very dedicated to the core. And I know from his academic work and his a lot of side conversations that there's a passion like Pat has. And I think that's very meaningful, not exclusive, because we have a lot of rural areas that somehow have to thrive also. But even those small areas need inspirational people like some that we've heard from at this conference.
Well, thank you. And you know, the smaller areas outside, it's all a system together. And one thing in systems-based thinking, if you look at it, no matter where you're at, it's all the same pool, so you can jump in from anywhere on the deck, whether it's in the rural areas, whether it's in the core, because it all works together, and it has to work together and be cohesive. It doesn't mean that it has to be a regional governance system, but it has to be aligned in the vision of what the community wants in the lifestyle. And then that can go into those hyper-local neighborhoods, because whether it's Rio Town, Old Town, Stadium District, downtown Owasso, downtown Eaton Rapids, they're all individual neighborhoods facing their own issues. So taking this model and looking at it allows for the localized issues to be addressed where they should be at the local level. And that's, you know, the land bank has done a great job of it in getting into the neighborhoods. But as we look at this moving forward, that is the answer. It's keeping it at those local levels and addressing the issues that each of us are facing.
Anybody else have any questions? It's great, Brent. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for listening to me.
Yeah.
I always appreciate the opportunity for a microphone.
No, I just like enjoy
All right, folks, we do have the congressman logging on here, so we'll see how well the technology works. We see him somewhere. All right, so hopefully this will all be smooth. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome back one of the infamous county treasurers in the state of Michigan that has just proven that you can't rise any further. We're so glad to call him our friend, our godfather in ways, part founder of this organization that we're here for today, a power and leadership for the U.S. House that has helped get land bank as a term in federal legislation. We can only pray for money. Congressman Kildee.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Eric, and thanks all of you for letting me at least virtually be a part of it. I do miss seeing so many of you on a regular basis. Although I know there have been some changes among the ranks. My time with not only the county treasurers, but also obviously with the development of land banks in Michigan and the creation of the Michigan Association of Land Banks. That's I miss that time. Let's just say that the great relationships that we developed together don't quite, they're not quite as present or prevalent in the current institution that I work in. It's a tougher environment, and they could learn a little bit from listening to the way we interact with one another among treasurers. But thanks. Thanks for letting me do this. You know, I don't need to tell this group how important the work that you do really is. I mean, we're talking quite literally when we talk about land banks, we're talking about the very landscape that defines our community. And the whole purpose for creating this tool in the first place was to try to do the things we can to make life better for the people that we represent, and no matter what role we play. And so in some ways that has informed my thinking about this from the time I was a county treasurer to the work that I did when I was leading the Center for Community Progress, now into my work here in Congress. You know, one of the early steps that I took, as I'm sure you all know, was working to try to get more support for the work that we all do through the Hardest Hit program and getting some money for demolition that I know didn't go far enough, but it was a step in the right direction. But what we're doing now, you know, I think obviously we think is pretty important. I know the work that my land bank that I started in Flint continues to make a difference for the people we represent, but knowing that by being willing to step into this role, being willing to quite literally take ownership of a problem that under another circumstance without a land bank would still exist, but it wouldn't have an entity that the community could turn to address it. It would be some, you know, unknown, not necessarily responsible owner somewhere else. Your willingness to take this on is really significant. And I know much of the good that I can point to, redeveloping buildings like the Durant Hotel in my hometown of Flint, or just doing something as simple as cleaning up empty lots and deeding them to next door neighbors, were really transformational for the people impacted. But I know from my own experience that it comes with a price. It comes with the price of being responsible and being at the end of what is naturally going to be public scrutiny and sometimes criticism. But that's the price of leadership. Actually doing something that makes a difference sometimes comes with having to accept that responsibility. So I really do appreciate what you do, your willingness to do this work, and want to continue to do whatever I can to be helpful. And so It's for that reason that we have a new legislative initiative, the National Land Bank Network Act, which I have introduced. And just so you know, I introduced it with a Republican colleague of mine from Georgia, a state that also has a recent history of developing a really robust commitment to land banking in general. But Congressman Drew Ferguson from West Point, Georgia, is my partner on this. And I did that intentionally. Number one, I want to make sure the policy is enacted and is sustainable, so it's not seen through the typical partisan lens that so much of our work here seems to fall into. So this is a bipartisan approach that will allocate millions of dollars to create a national land bank network, to provide technical assistance for communities looking to set up land banks, to provide access to the very best practices, the work that MALB does, for example, and other partners like the Center for Community Progress can be essentially put on steroids by putting this into federal law. And it's important because I recognize, and again, my partner, Congressman Ferguson from Georgia, recognize that the federal government has a stake in your success. Your outcomes are outcomes that are benefiting and appreciated by the same people that we represent. There is no distinction here. We share this constituency of people and communities that have been struggling with distressed property for a long time. So we recognize the federal interest in this to help deliver more help, more support, more dollars to communities that are willing to take this responsibility on and essentially reward that leadership with resources to help you get through the challenges that you face. It's hard to believe we've been at this as long as we have. I mean, we're talking about 2 decades of working through these issues. And I think I was reading my staff memo. They provided me a memo, a bio on Eric Schertzing, and it said something like he's been treasurer for 20 years. And I thought, well, wait a minute, he's the new guy. How could he have been around that long? We've been at this for a while. And the thing I like most about the land bank movement is that, you know, we continue to see innovation. We continue to see new ideas. We continue to see communities tailor the toolbox to their own specific and unique needs. And that's what we hoped for when we started this a long time ago. So it's a long way for me to say I'm all in. I'm really looking forward to getting this Michigan or this National Land Bank Network legislation through. You all can be helpful by speaking up about its importance to your elected legislators at the federal level. I'm committed to getting it done, and I look forward to working with you on implementation once we do. So with that, Eric, thank you. I'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Congressman. We appreciate you more than you can imagine. And you didn't call me shirt sleeve, so that's pretty good.
Believe me, I came very close. Or as Mr. Wojtovich used to say, shirt zing.
Well, I don't know if you have time or anybody has a question. We're a little fearful of the technology, but it's actually working pretty well.
Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Anybody?
About this
Or we got
or anything
Emily Dorr from the Michigan State Land Bank here in a second.
Well, thank you, Congressman, for joining us today. And I was curious if there was anything that you haven't asked for us here in the crowd for helping with that National Land Bank Network Act or other acts that you have perhaps put forward, whether it's the this one or others that you have talked about that we could perhaps be helpful with making phone calls, et cetera. So just wanted to ask if there's, how can we help?
Yeah, it's a good question. And thanks, Emily, for that. And thanks for all your great work. I think the one probably most compelling message that you can help, that this group specifically can help deliver, is that land banks are really tailored, like I said in the end of my remarks, for the unique and specific needs of each community. And the reason I say that is I think we just sort of need to be transparent about this. A lot of the time when people see me coming, and I'm talking about here in Congress, see legislation that I'm introducing, you know, their default setting is to think about my district, my home community, my own personal history. They think about Flint. And I've sort of been cast with that here. It's one of the reasons that I asked Congressman Ferguson to join me representing, you know, a largely Republican, more rural, smaller community, even though it does have some, you know, some urban areas. If we can help deliver the message that the technical help that is required, that the network will provide, is intended to support communities of all types, of all stripes, of all shades of red to blue, and that this is really important, especially to rural and small town America in dealing with their challenges. That helps offset what is the, like I said, the default setting here, that people see me coming and they think of me as, you know, an urban advocate, which I do a good share of that. But the land banks that I was associated with, both in terms of the work that we did in Michigan and then through the Center for Community Progress, address the unique challenges in small communities, in less populated communities, in unique challenges that are even in rural America. So if you can help deliver this message that this is important, it's important to communities of all types, and because you have people in the room that represents that broad spectrum, your voices, I think, can make a real difference. And then, of course, this is a challenge that I think you all could perhaps help with, but I know that MALB has, you know, sort of fraternal organizations around the country of either formal or informal gatherings of land bank advocates. If you can help reach out to your partners in other parts of the country and ask them to do the same thing, to sort of speak up on behalf of the unique situations that their particular land bank is trying to address, and demonstrate that more technical support, more of this sort of networking and the sharing of best practices would be helpful to them, that would make a difference.
All right, thank you. Well, Congressman, you are looking well. Thank you for the wonderful service you provide to the Fighting Fifth as well as the state of Michigan. We're going to honor your valuable time. Appreciate and thank you. Let's give the Congressman a round of applause.
You all. I wish I were there, but it's so good to be with you, at least virtually, maybe sometime in person soon. Thank you.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you later.
Michelle, you're up there. You're up.
Could you join us up front?
for coming. If you want a goodie bag for at-home participants or somebody who needs a special reward, we've put them up on the table. You can grab them on your way out, or if you didn't get one for yourself. There is an evaluation in your packet. If you would complete those, and where would you like them in? Leave them on the table? Okay. So that would help us greatly and help the next group that is going to hopefully put on another conference. The panel today is representing 3 different communities. And kind of what we wanted to do is take it to the, okay, you've heard all the folks talk about a TIF and a plan, and well, how does that come together and look like? So we've got 3 communities, different sizes. On this side is Marilyn Crowley. She's actually with, I'm gonna have to read this, Marilyn. She's the vice president of Michigan Community Capital, and they were a funding resource for an Ottawa County project. Right? And I'll just introduce everybody else real quick. Michelle Thompson from Benzie County, and then Justin Horvath, who we've all heard from. Thank you, Justin. I've known Justin since he first got started in this. And he is representing the City of Owasso project that's been referenced a little bit from some of our staff. So,
Michigan Community Capital is a statewide nonprofit and community development entity and community development finance institution. So we come into projects a lot of different ways. So for the project in Ottawa County, we were actually the developer. So we've acted as the developer in quite a few different projects in Cadillac and Ludington, in Old Town, and others. And then we also can act as a funder. So it's a little bit more nuanced, but lots of hats, yeah. Sure. So the project she's talking about is Robinson Landing in Grand Haven. We were brought in by a nonprofit called Housing Next, Ryan Kilpatrick, and he had done a lot of groundwork on doing market studies and educating local leaders on the need for housing. And he contacted us, and we looked at a bunch of different sites and how many units we could fit on. And we ended up landing on a parcel that the city of Grand Haven owned. And it was a greenfield site. So it did not qualify for any brownfield incentives, but there was a significant cost to infrastructure and site preparation. So in that project, we moved the city property through the county land bank, approved a brownfield tax increment financing plan, and then they sold it to the LLC that Michigan Community Capital controls. And that allowed us to save about $80,000 per house. So those houses are priced between $150 and $280, and half of those houses are in a community land trust. So using the tool of the land bank as qualifying for brownfield TIF is how we were able to get the subsidy in order to offer houses for sale that are actually below our cost of construction. So that's Robinson Landing. If you want to Google it, there's a lot of information on our website.
So were they all go? Those properties went into the land trust, or just some of them?
16 of the 30 are in a community land trust.
Okay. And do the other ones have any restrictions on resale?
No, the other ones are market rate. And they actually, well, they're still targeting the income that the community wanted, which is kind of middle income. There's a lot of houses being developed in that county that are like 350 and above. So the fact that they're all priced under 300, and they're actually the same house style, whether they're in the community land trust or not. The difference is they either own their land or they don't. So the ones that aren't on a community land trust can resell
whatever the market rate is, but we made a small profit on the market rate houses. And we lost quite a bit on the community land trust houses. So having the mixed income helped to make the project financially viable without any subsidy from the state.
Okay. So Benzie County created a land bank in 2009. They didn't do anything with it until 2012. And then in 2013, we created a brownfield and a brownfield authority, sorry. And so the project that I'm here to talk about today, the county treasurer foreclosed on some parcels in the Village of Honor, and they were severely blighted. One was a former gas station, but the good news is the DEQ at the time cleaned up the site before it got foreclosed on. So that was not terrible. We went to the Brownfield Authority to create a scatter plan because one of the parcels in the village was only 5 lots down from the other 2. And so we created a scatter plan with the support of the state, and we've had that in place, but we've not had any development. So it really has been stalled until recently. We are developing one of the lots. You keep hearing little snippets about it. It's 8 apartments in the Village of Honor. It's being developed by a nonprofit. So we are not generating any taxes. So again, it's a brownfield that we're not actually collecting any taxes to help with the TIF. So we also have a 3rd owner, I think, since 2014 on the 2 lots that were a former gas station. And they are looking to do something with brownfield capture. And so we're just looking at that and what the possibilities are and how that works. So we really don't have a lot of experience with it, just that it's in its infancy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Linda, you've probably all have heard from me quite a bit over the last couple of days. I'm a little bit unique here, being the economic developer in Shiawassee County. You've heard me ask some questions in regards to that. And you may wonder, well, I think we've covered it actually pretty well. Why is an economic developer at this conference, and what's our interest in land banks? Well, obviously, I think we've seen here the last couple of days what our interest is. But specifically to this opportunity, actually, I want to cover a couple things today. Maybe we can get into it later, because I'm also, as I mentioned, on the state Economic Developers Association board, and we're working on things at the state level that I think are going to help this effort, particularly on housing as well. So we'll maybe touch on that a little bit later. But we recognized as an economic development organization a few years ago that housing in particular was a huge need in our community. This is something in our industry, and I'm assuming most of you work with economic developers, maybe not all. Our core focus has never been about housing development, ever. We never really thought about it. It's all about business and jobs. So our organization, what we do, what we've done for almost 20 years, that seems to be a common theme today, 20 years. I've been doing it 20 years myself in Shiawassee County. Anyway, the common theme has always been, business and jobs, attract jobs, retain jobs, grow business. That's where you focus your efforts on. So we really never gave housing much consideration up until a few years ago, when we realized it was a major, major impediment to the #1 thing that our businesses were telling us, which was talent. We all know that today, right? Attracting talent, retaining talent. And the message that we receive loud and clear from our companies, from our community, is we don't have enough housing to meet our needs and talent. And if you don't have a place to put people, you can't grow your labor pool. So we made a commitment as an organization a couple of years ago to really start getting involved in the housing game. And that was, as I said, something very unique. So I was learning a lot, didn't know a lot about it. We had 1 or 2 large projects in our community. We had some experience with WODA. Many of you may know WODA. They're a big multifamily developer. They've done 3 projects in our county. We did some stuff with that, but really didn't have a lot of activity in the housing world. So what we did to catalyze actually this project that I'm specifically here to talk about today in Owasso, we actually pulled together a housing summit, if you will. So we did it in Owasso. We brought together a lot of local stakeholders who had an interest in seeing more housing developed in the area, including some of our businesses, local governments, builders, contractors, things like that. And we also had a number of state officials there. We had some representatives from state government agencies, whatnot. And then we also invited people from around the state that we had gotten to know, potential builders, developers, things like that. So it wasn't just local people. So as part of that event, one of the best things is not only education, but networking. And from that, we were actually able to connect somebody many of you know, David Allen from Innovalab, who's in the modular world now, used to be with Kent County Land Bank, connected him with a couple locally who are very interested in housing, who are philanthropic, Tom Cook and Anna Owens. For those of you who know the Owasso community, they're very well known and very well respected there. And they came to the event, they met, and they had a very, very strong interest in wanting to do some type of development in the community. And they had a parcel identified in Owasso on the very, very north end of the site, around the north end of town, that looked like a good opportunity for what I would call a pocket neighborhood. So very small. It was only a couple acres, but trying to create a pocket type community where it'd be a very dense development, smaller homes, get to know your neighbor, things like that. And if you actually want to look up what they're planning, they actually have a website, Bailey Park Homes. And what's fascinating about it, you may wonder, where does any Bailey come in? Actually, from George Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life. And trying to come, yeah, it's pretty cool. So you can look up their vision on there. So about 14 homes. But one of the challenges that they have with that site is it doesn't have water and sewer. So it's lacking in infrastructure. And if you knew the layout of Owasso, it's kind of in a weird spot. It's kind of on the very, very north edge. It's sort of an orphan parcel. It's completely surrounded by the township. So there was never, I guess, a reason to bring infrastructure to the site, even though it was in the city. So that generated a need to have some type of revenue source to be able to provide that infrastructure. Along that path, so maybe somewhat parallel, if you will, we've had conversations over the last couple of years about another development less than a mile away from that site that is I'll say an underbuilt condo development. It's called Woodland Trails. And it was started, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. It was during that time, we all know, 10, 12 years ago, where the market fell out and housing stopped and everything came to a screeching halt. Well, long story short, the lots remaining in that property found its way to the state land bank. So enter conversations with my good friend Jim Tischler over here, Linda, about these lots that we had in Owasso and trying to get something going with those. Beautiful little condo development. It's just, underbuilt. And so what happened here is the opportunity to bring this builder developer, David Allen Innovalab, to basically unite these projects and bring him to the table, not only for Tom and Anna's project, this pocket community, but also to build out the 14-unit Woodland Trails development. So 2 14-unit developments, this sort of scattered site, project that we've talked a little bit about here, with the general premise being the TIF aspect of it, able to be used, so gathering the tax increment from both developments, but really focused on being used for one of the developments, because the Woodland Trails project is built out. It's underbuilt. I mean, lots are available, but the water's there, the sewer's there, the road is there. So the idea being we could actually do multiple projects in the same plan but actually use those dollars to fund one of the projects. So two for the price of one almost. So very exciting, very creative, very innovative. The big issue though, and you say, well, where's it at today? Unfortunately, it hasn't quite gotten past the finish line yet. And of no fault of any local party or state party, really what I would say though, it's the market, right? Not only COVID, but the reality is the cost of material, cost of labor, things like that have gone up. But it's definitely on the map for 2022 to move forward with that. And we're obviously very, very excited about what this means. So after having a great experience working with our friends at the State Land Bank and how accommodating they've been, had a lot of conversation about, you know what, they've been great to us in Shiawassee County, but it really is time to start thinking about doing our own local land bank. And I do want to thank the State Land Bank folks for being encouraging on that, for being educational. Once again, doing this for almost 20 years, I never got into this type of work. So I've learned a ton from them over this time. And so we said, hey, we want to do more projects in Shiawassee County. Obviously, there's opportunity in all of our smaller communities as well, in Durand, Perry, Corunna. So we started having conversations with our county officials. So our treasurer's here today, Julie Sorensen, our county administrator, our county commissioners, and learning a lot as well, right, Julie, about how this all works. But really, what I feel great about is the common purpose that we want to utilize our new county land bank for other projects, specifically to support new development and particularly housing. It is definitely a targeted need. As I mentioned, we were never in this game. We just passed our own new strategic plan. And for the first time ever, it has housing, and it calls out in there utilizing our Shiawassee County Land Bank to do this. So that's the local level. I will make one comment on the state, and I just referenced that a little bit ago in my opening comments. So I am on the state board of directors, Michigan Economic Developers Association. At a state level, working with some friends in the room. Jim, I'm going to call you out again. Thank you for your leadership. One of the things that we have come to realize at a local level, but really we're doing this at a state level, is it's all well and good to have these tools, and these are some awesome tools, but developers have to learn how to use them. And I've had this conversation with a number of builders. They're like, oh, that sounds interesting. How do I do it? Because there's some builders and developers out there that know how to do this stuff all day long. They specialize in tax credits and things like that. But the reality is, I think these tools really can be great fits for any builder, but a lot of builders aren't used to working with tools. It's all about market rate. And if I can't meet the price, then I'm not doing it. So what we're trying to do at the state level is to create essentially a playbook that we can use collaboratively with our state agencies, land banks, economic developers to help educate the development community about how all this works. To take it from these great concepts into something that's actionable so that when we have our projects within our respective communities, we know how to talk effectively with those people that actually could invest in housing in our community. So that's what's going on at the state level and the local level too. Thanks.
Questions? Question for Marilyn. You had said that you saved, I think it was $80,000 per house. So was that a combination of infrastructure and the gap between what it costs to build and the attainable price, or was it a bunch of different things, or could you just explain that a little bit?
Sure. So that brownfield plan did not have any kind of gap, TIF for gap. So basically just the cost of bringing utilities to the site and then the utilities within the site was about $70,000 per house. And then the city, this is kind of a side incentive, but it was a cool thing they did. They had a $10,000 tap fee per house, and they reduced that to $1,000. So they reduced their tap fees as well. And then also included in that $80,000 of savings from the community is that they sold the land to us for $1,000 a house. So I'm not sure what the market rate is for 7.5 acres in Grand Haven, but it's not $30,000. So, the combination of all of those together saved each house about $80,000.
Any other questions? Any Zoom questions?
None back here.
Okay. What would you each say? I think Justin answered this already, but what would you say your largest obstacle has been on these projects? I think Justin would agree the market and the market, the materials costs.
So we have projects going on all across the state right now. And the biggest issue is the gap. I would say we're struggling with the tools that currently exist, even when you stack up all these different tools that a lot of developers don't know how to use. I mean, we have projects that have NEZs layered on top of brownfield TIF, layered with EAGLE grant funding, with MEDC, CRP, and we're still struggling to show that the project is cash flowing. So, I mean, I just think that there needs to be more resources as the cost to construct increases. The rents are not increasing at the same rate, and the comparables. So we have a project that just opened last year in Cadillac, and it was the first multifamily building permit pulled in 20 years. So our comparables were 20 years old. Yeah. So we currently, so it's open, it's full, at least up in 4 months for 42 apartments. We're charging over $300 a month than what the market study said we could charge, because the market study was being conservative. And so it was a $9 million project, and it appraised for 3.5 million as completed. Once it was full, it has now only appraised for 5.5 million. So we're still $4.5 million apart from what the market value is. And that is not a LIHTC project. That's charging as much as we possibly can. But the rents are not high enough to offset the cost of construction, especially in rural communities.
So for my communities, most everything that happens in our development community is a barrier. My villages are not sophisticated in navigating these types of projects. The planning and zoning lacks understanding of how this works. I don't have developers that come to the table. I don't have demolition companies that live in my communities. I mean, everything is an uphill battle to make that happen. So I think education for us is the huge, that huge piece, and having you speak to that and write a template, write a roadmap, you know, so that you can give someone a way to get there would be a great help. But, you know, I just don't have that support in my county to do that. So we just keep working at it, and I keep trying to educate people as we go along, and yeah, that's how we're dealing with. And I keep showing up here because you guys need to give me some things that I can bring back.
You just touch on, add to that you just touch on something I think is critical, particularly for smaller communities, is finding even people locally that want to invest. I was talking to some folks earlier. I mean, in rural communities, even ours, we're not rural, you know, I live in Owasso, it's not, you know, that rural, but when you don't have a lot of builders or developers, you know, your builders can build one house, for example. It's hard, you know, because many of the bigger folks and, you know, the ones that can do a large, you know, multi-story complex or big subdivision, they're not in rural areas, they're in urban centers. And that, you know, makes some sense. But trying to have conversations with people in Lansing, Detroit, Grand Rapids, you know, Flint, it's hard to get people in the urban centers to look outside, to understand there's market in smaller communities. So I think that's another area that's here. But one thing I want to note that hasn't been really brought up here that I think could be a game changer, because we're not going to change, at least for a while, the lumber prices and the labor prices. I think the one thing that is missing where there's real opportunity, and we're working on this right now in our community, is employer engagement, employer investing in housing. So if you go back 100 years, think about factories that built housing around the factory, right? A lot of stories of that, historically in this country. We need to get back to that. We're looking for governmental solutions, obviously, with grant dollars and tax credits, but I think the private sector has a role to play here. And once again, coming full circle to my comments earlier, why would a factory want to get in this game? It's all about talent, ways to attract and retain talent. So we are actively exploring right now how some of our entities can invest in housing development. And that can take different, models, things like being an equity partner, a master lease, for example, on property. So we're engaged, for example, with our local hospital, and that's typically the largest employer. They have big housing needs for physicians and things like that. Factories are trying to recruit, engineers and management and things like that. That's an untapped opportunity, in my opinion, and there's money there, and they haven't reason to do it. The key is you've got to get them connected, because they are healthcare providers and widget makers. They're not housing developers. So the job that we have as economic developers, land bank people, local government people, is we have to make those connections.
And I think healthcare was great, and this is for Emily. Senator Faison, who's an MD, talked a little bit about that issue with me this morning, and so there might be some opportunities with him to pursue that some more.
Just a quick follow-up to Justin's point. Those 2, 3, 4 businesses in that town that you can talk, or your economic developer can talk into, because they want to invest in their talent, well, they can also, those are 3, 4, or 5 investors in a local opportunity fund then, which can then give them tax credit to invest in the fund, which invests in the project.
Any other questions on Zoom? No. Roxanne, do you want to give some closing statements, or?
Actually, we have another session we'd like to have a conversation with Susan and Emily Dorr. So you guys want to do that?
Join us.
Yeah.
All right.
So there was an unfinished question.
I'm going, Emily.
Earlier today, somebody, and I can't remember who anymore, asked, oh, okay, well, there you go, Justin.
What? What'd I do?
Yeah, Tischler, come back. Jim,
We
come
got
back.
asked a question about the ability for Brownfield Redevelopment Authority boards and land bank boards to merge, and what does that look like now? And what does that look like in the future if Act 381 was to have language adjusted? And what does that look like for all the people in this room being able to have that as a benefit? Or if not, have them be the same, then Ann Giroux made the good point of having a liaison that goes between.
And
And you weren't in the room, Jim, so.
Roxanne and I actually talked about this yesterday because she said, isn't there a conflict of interest between having the Land Bank Authority and the Brownfield Authority be the same body? I'm on the Benzie County Land Bank Authority, which is separate from the Benzie County Brownfield Authority. But I also, as a consultant, work for the Missaukee County Brownfield Authority, Land Bank Authority, which is the same body with the same members. So I have some perspective from both. I think Roxanne raised a really good point about conflict of interest. So I would say it kind of depends on your local situation. How do your local politics work? If they're,
since we came up with this 3 minutes ago, I haven't got any prepared remarks. Otherwise, I would have made a slide by now.
Is this what they call a pop-up session?
It is.
And the question I answered was just that it's a longer conversation. And that's because I didn't want to necessarily try to fit all that into what was like a 4-minute Q&A period.
Yeah.
So,
I think there's benefits to both. The combined model of having the Brownfield Authority and the Land Bank Authority makes a lot of sense to me, because then you have that communication already in place. So you don't have to have a liaison from one to the other, because it's the same body. A Land Bank Authority, as I said yesterday, is a chihuahua. We have very limited authority on a land bank. We can buy and sell property, but we really can't do much of anything with, my narrow focus on TIF without a Brownfield Authority. So if you have those two bodies being the same thing, you're suddenly the German Shepherd instead of the Chihuahua, because you have all this power.
Chihuahuas are very fierce, I just want to say, but they're very.
And as a very small Chihuahua-sized person, so I like the idea of having that power focused and giving the Land Bank Authority some actual authority and power to do stuff. I'm a big proponent of having a very proactive Land Bank Authority and Brownfield Authority. Get out there and find projects. Don't wait for the projects to come to you. And I think that's why Shelley lets me keep coming to meetings in Benzie County, because we're trying to pull some projects in and be a little more proactive. And to me, with the Land Bank Authority, the Brownfield Authority being the same body, it's just easier to do that, because you don't have two people working in parallel trying to talk to the same developers and the same real estate agents, and have developers who have to go to two different bodies to get a project approved. If they're the same body, to me, it feels like it streamlines the process. That said, I do recognize Roxanne's concern about, is this a conflict of interest?
There is firm statutory grounding on this, and it's in the Brownfield Act. In Act 381, once a governing body creates a Brownfield Authority. Closer. There we go. Okay. In Act 381, closer. You want me to swallow it? Okay. In Act 381, once a governing body creates an authority, then they have 4 options at their disposal. They could appoint a board of individuals to serve as the Brownfield Authority Board, or they could appoint their Downtown Development Authority Board as the BRA Board, or they could appoint their Economic Development Corporation Board as the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Board.
Which is what we have in Benzie County.
Right, there you go. Or they could appoint their Planning Commission to be the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Board. So the point I'm getting at is that if ever there was a conflict, it would be there, but it's in statute. There's one other aspect too. Patrick, you and I are gonna have some fun, because this will sound like I'm an attorney, and I'm not, but I've just practiced this for many years. There is a statute called the Incompatibility of Offices Statute. That lays out the rules on this. And you apply that to this situation, no conflict, none. The only scenario where there's an incompatibility of office is when there's a couple situations, but the one I'm most familiar with is when one person or one board is appointed in a role where they are going to take their action to a superior board or entity, and they are on that same board. Am I making sense? So in other words, a governing body, council, or commission member, unless set up by statute, often cannot serve as that subordinate board member, because that would potentially be an incompatible office. Conflict of interest. Now, I'm going to stop there, because that's about as much of my legal knowledge I can tell you. But it's in the statute. You can look at. There is no conflict here.
There's no statutory conflict, but that doesn't mean there's a moral conflict.
I guess I'm not sure what I think I don't like is the fact that the land bank could be the developer that's bringing a brownfield plan to the Brownfield Authority. And I don't like that the Brownfield Authority is the same body as that developer.
I think that's a really good point, Ann. No, I think that's a great point.
land bank is not a developer and not bringing that to the table, then being also a BRA. Right. But I think, depending on the community or the makeup of that land bank, it could be a very different scenario.
Other comments, questions?
Yeah, but how does that fit in?
It's a policy decision that you have to consider. As I said before, I don't think this is statutory prohibition. It's a policy consideration. And what I'm hearing just in this last exchange, which is really good, is really the litmus of the policy decision. Do you want your land bank to be a fast track authority? I'm using that term judiciously, meaning that you are doing the present functions of what land banks do, all good and valuable. Or do you want to see your land bank get into proactive development for one or more reasons that you or your governing body or your citizens in your jurisdiction want to see happening? And if it's the latter, that should be, in my opinion, the cause for you to consider how you could leverage the tools to put your land bank into the development mode. And maybe not just them, but in partnership with the private market, because you're hearing these projects being talked about today. Okay, the land banks aren't doing the development. It's the developers doing the development. The land bank is a partner or party to assist or facilitate or even participate in the development, but it's still relying upon the for-profit or the nonprofit developer making things happen. The key is that the project needs to be accessible or taxable, meaning it's capturable, so that there's value that comes out of the project, which can help where the help may need to go.
Our staff meetings are a hoot, guys. Roxanne, here I come.
So Susan, I have one question for you, and that was, we were talking about brownfields and that if you have a property that should be the only property in the plan or those few properties just in that one plan. Like Ingham County, we have a couple plans, right, Eric?
400.
Right, and they're big, right? So you were specifically saying one plan, one property kind of thing. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and I'll actually use the Traverse City project I mentioned this morning as an example. This is the Grand Traverse Commons. It's the old state hospital in Traverse City. A lot of you will be familiar with it. It's just this absolutely fantastic, breathtaking development project. And like I said, 28 years ago, they made a brownfield plan. It now has 2 years left. They still have an old power plant that's full of PCBs that they think they might have a developer for, but they only have 2 years left to TIF. So what they had done 28 years ago when they made their brownfield plan was to include the entire 400-acre campus in it, which, of course, now turns out to be kind of a bad idea. That brownfield plan got approved for state tax capture by the MEDC. And so sadly, I am not the consultant to Grand Traverse Commons, but I worked with them when I was at Eagle on grants that helped do some of the environmental work on the site. So their consultant went to the MEDC and said, can we extend this? Can we take this power plant property out of our brownfield plan and put it in its own brownfield plan? And then can we still get state TIF on it? And the MEDC said, no, one and done. You cannot come back to us for the same property twice. So what they're going to have to do for this power plant is to take it out of the brownfield plan, or probably just leave it where it is without amending the current brownfield plan, but to do a new brownfield plan for the power plant that is local only taxes. Because MEDC said, you can go do local taxes on it all day long, just don't come back to us. So that means that they will have less TIF to collect, but they can, there's a hassle factor to it. So, when I talked about it earlier, give some thought to, how you're phasing your projects. If you're doing, as I said earlier, a 2 or 3 phase project, I would personally recommend, if you were my client, that you do 2 or 3 brownfield plans for it. So, you've got one clump that you're doing in the next 3 years, then you've got another clump in years, 5 through 8, and then another clump, however many down the road. A brownfield plan is not that expensive to write. It's a few $1,000s and you can TIF for it. So that's how I would approach it if you have a multi-phase project or a project with a lot of property in it, and especially if you're going for state TIF. Does that answer your question? Oh, sorry, Roxanne, does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you, Susan. Any other questions, comments, points, bulletins?
And you mentioned being the liaison between your land bank board and your brownfield redevelopment authority board, right? Do you have to recuse yourself when you voted on something on one? Do you have to recuse yourself with the other, or do you get to vote on both boards?
I'm not on the boards anymore because I'm not treasurer anymore, which is better. I think I like it better that way. So I actually work for them now. I'm their director. When I was on both, I did not recuse myself.
Cool. I just figured I'd ask how that worked for you.
But I'm not sure how much thought I put into the fact that I didn't recuse myself.
Well, no, and I'm not, if you were the appointed liaison, I don't think when there's a liaison between a planning commission and a ZBA, I don't think they recuse
Well,
themselves.
and I wasn't
So-
really a liaison. I was the chair of the land bank and I was the treasurer of the Brownfield Authority. I was just a board member.
Right.
That's it. But I was also the director at that time, which was just weird. So
Okay, cool.
it's better now, I
Cool.
think, being separated.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions? Is it time to wrap up, which would be a Roxanne, Linda thing,
Roxanne,
who have put together a wonderful agenda. And Ann.
if I have any closing remarks, thank you to Ingham County, Eric and Roxanne. There she is. Roxanne, staff person who helped with the IT today because I was kind of stressed out about that and it worked really great. So yay. But yeah, thank you all. Please, if you didn't get around to doing your evaluation, take it with you and fill that out. It's really helpful to us to know what you. Yeah, well, that's better, but it is really helpful to us as we're trying to figure out what to do next year. If you want to be a host community for the summit next year, let me know.
Raise your hand.
And yeah, we will follow up and get all of the handouts that are kind of scattered around and presentations that you saw. We will get those out on the MELB website and we'll let you know when they're there. And thank you to everyone who joined via Zoom, and drive safely, everyone in the room.
Can I just give kudos to Good Fruit Video? Did I say it right? Who has been handling that for 2 days as an organizing group. We were pretty stressed out how we were going to carry off the Zoom process and still run the conference, and not enough bodies, not enough equipment to know what we were doing. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Safe travels.